we're glad you're here. Grab a cold one, maybe a beer. Alert in the chat. Giveaway prizes. Heck, maybe we'll give away
So now I can't see.
Uncle Bill's cowboy hat.
Down here.
So funny.
Jim's his sidekick, wouldn't you know? Uncle Extra Medium in the show.
Oh, hey. The street light turned on.
Button and
Oh, cool.
subscribe. Let's all be part of
Who am I?
Uncle Bill's Uncle Bill's
Ladies
Oh,
and
that's
gentlemen, boys and
understandable.
girls, friends and neighbors, and all the ships at sea, welcome to Uncle Bill's Saturday night, whatever this is.
Maybe just turn the car off.
And hi, guys, welcome in. We're late. Apologize. I was tied up doing something, and I couldn't make it. I had nothing to do with work for a change. How about that? And it's just me. And again, sorry. I know you guys, how excited everybody is to do the Saturday night stream with all your favorite characters. All right. Let's say hi. Hi, Dominic.
Hello. Good evening, all.
Welcome aboard. What's new and exciting in your life?
We're having a pretty good autumn at the moment. Nice and sunny.
Nice. Nice to hear. Okay. Very, very good. How about you, Artie? Hi, Artie.
Hi.
Welcome in.
Thank you. Nice warm day. I think we got in the low 80s today.
Nice.
I've noticed my birthday shout outs on the shorts are kicking butt. The one for Sean, I just passed 1.1K.
1.1K.
I
hear
a terrible
a
echo.
terrible echo. That's probably me.
I'd imagine.
I imagine. Yeah, I won't be here for long anyway.
Oh,
We're waiting for the guitar, the Hard Rock Hotel to start their show. Starts in like 10 minutes.
Oh, wow! It's really bad.
It's really bad. Yeah, I'm like everybody else. Hold on, mute me once to make sure it's me, but I'm guessing it's me. I forgot my earbuds at home, or at the hotel rather.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll try it.
We'll try it.
Okay, let me see. I'm talking now. Definitely you.
Definitely you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely you. That's
Hey, Meryl.
we'll deal.
We'll deal, I guess.
Oh, and you're back.
back.
Yeah. So you're in. Where are you?
Fort Lauderdale.
Oh.
You didn't.
I can't
talk.
You didn't stop by.
You live in Fort Lauderdale? I didn't know that.
No.
No.
Hop, skip, and a jump for you.
Is it still echoing?
Really bad.
bad. I wonder why. I mean, I got the volume way down and everything. Huh. Yeah, maybe it's because it's in speakerphone.
I do it. Yeah.
No. Shouldn't.
Hey.
Speakerphone. Otherwise, he can't.
It's because it's the same phone.
He won't be
Yeah,
able to
whatever.
Yeah.
Now,
Who are you
wait a minute.
seeing?
Wait a minute.
did he
Now
calm
I
down?
hear it. It's gone.
It's gone.
It's because it was in
It's gone.
speakerphone, but now when it's in speakerphone, yeah, I guess so. But now with it in speakerphone, then I can't really hear you guys, so that's okay.
Who are you going
No,
to
it's
see?
my fault for forgetting the headset. I forgot my headset at the hotel. I wasn't really planning on going live, but we're sitting there waiting, and you sent the link, and I go, shit, let me jump up real quick.
Mhm.
Who's we? You there with Billy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
let me see something.
Tell him we said hello.
Let me see if I can do. Oh, you can barely see it though, because it's getting ready to start the show. Will it? Let's see. Hey, can you see?
Oh,
Yeah, I made it big.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
I see a hat with a mast flag.
You can just kind of see the lights, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
it.
see 'em. Okay. I mean, there's a tree and a flag right in the way, but
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Flags are never in the way.
Nope.
Not as long as it's U.S.
What's that sign say? Don't fly drones.
yeah, it says customer parking only. We'll go buy some French fries here in a minute.
Uh,
I went to the other camera on my phone. I don't know if that's better or not. Anyway,
Whose parking lot is that?
McDonald's.
Billy.
Yeah, Billy.
I can barely hear you guys because Lon has his volume down.
No, I got the volume cranked up. I can't be if I'm on speakerphone. It echoes really bad.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Let's put everybody up, and we'll all wave to him.
And they're all waving at him.
Hey, Billy.
hey, Billy.
Hooray!
Hey, hi.
Fucking Billy. What's up, guys? Billy here.
Yep. You actually came on during the intro song. We were very late. I didn't start till quarter after.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm saying hi to. Oh, Mark has joined. All right. Speaking of
Hey.
sideways,
Mark.
up and down, here we go. Hey,
Mark's
Mark,
here.
welcome in. Yay! Wait.
Yay.
Yeah.
Look at that smiling face.
Yeah. Here we go. Let me give you a sound effect. There you go. Perfect. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Excellent. And we've got
Pain in the ass.
Mark. How was your day? How's England today?
England was lovely and sunny today.
Lovely. Lovely. And England is the United States and Donald Trump's best friend.
Oh wow. I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, why don't you connect your Bluetooth into the car?
I tried that. Did I sound like Alexa the other day? I bet. I could try it though. I have a feeling it's gonna be just as bad. Let's see. Oops.
What happened to Mark?
No, we've lost him again.
Oh,
It's off
I
camera
had
we
to.
again.
got some real techno people here.
Oh, we turned
Okay, Lloyd. I'm working in a circle here. I'm gonna end up with Alexis last. But Lloyd, how are you today?
I'm doing good. I had a good day. Went out and put a flower on Judy's grave for half dozen roses for Mother's Day tomorrow,
Okay.
and then went out to dinner with my son. And tomorrow we're going over to my other son's house. Or no, we're going to this one, but all the family's meeting over at James's house. And we're going to have a cookout. So
Nice.
nice weather today. For once it
Oh,
wasn't
look.
raining.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Jim Beauchart is in the chat.
Yay.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, I just noticed because we haven't said hi to the
I
chat
think it's
yet.
playing music.
Yeah, for example, Jim is here. We go. Echo. Wow, I don't like hearing you the first time. Yeah,
That's pretty funny.
he's a funny guy. And Barkley's here.
Yeah.
Wow, hooray! We got all the big time.
Hey.
Steve Sinet, Warren, otherwise known as Akarashu or Akira Show or
Sure, show.
whatever way you want it. Yeah, a fine art is Akira Show. If that makes you happy, I want you happy. Okay, Akira Show and Steve Knoll. Wow, and then Brian. Hi, Brian. Waypoint. Who we got? We got Jody, Drone Shots. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Fly
Fly
Guy
Guy
Merrill.
Merrill.
To you.
Wow. Welcome in. And all right, you want to finish anybody else? Did I miss
Yeah, we
anybody?
got Jody
Steve Jeanette.
Jones.
Did say
We got
that.
Brian, Waypoint, New England.
Did say that too. So
Did you
apparently,
say Steve Jeanette?
as usual, not listening to me.
Steve Knowles. We got two Steves today.
So far, you're repeating everything I
Oh,
said.
and we got Dusty.
There we go. There's a new one. Hi, Dusty. Okay, who else?
And that's about it.
Did you say Steve Jeanette? Did I miss it?
You
Yes, I
repeated a
said-
bunch of them. You didn't repeat Barkley. Let me see.
And Barkley.
East Coast Thrills and there's more. There's 17. There was. Yeah.
I'm filming this on the Mavic 4. I'm just kidding.
Oh, looking like Batman.
All right, are you co-streaming?
Yes, I am.
Of course.
I gotta look for that setting and turn that shit off.
These pirates screaming. Arr.
Alexis
Ahoy,
2 has
Marty.
joined. Now we got 2 Alexises.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
We got
boy.
4 of my favorite things.
Mm.
He likes eyeballs.
Huh?
He likes eyeballs.
Eyeballs.
You
Yeah,
see-
that's what he meant. He meant your newly clear eyes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get this thing of you. How do I do that? Oh wait. Yeah.
I don't know, but
That was
you're
Bill.
getting
I
feedback.
thought of it too. I
You're
could have
getting
went back after
feedback.
the
You need to turn
restaurant.
the
but I
mic
wasn't
off
really
one.
sure.
Too,
The
Bill.
microphone off one of the
I
cameras.
don't,
Double wick.
because I'm probably going to mostly sit here. I probably should have went ahead and streamed with these guys. I'm a dumbass. I don't have any headphones. You don't have any. You don't have yours on you either, do you? Nope.
Yeah, that's Alexis because she's got 2 microphones. You got a microphone on
No, I
that
don't think
camera,
that'd
don't
be
you?
better.
Get
Yeah,
it.
I can't imagine how that'd be better.
there we
You know
go.
what I mean?
I got it.
All right.
Because the camera on this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's doing pretty good. These things only stream in 720 anyway. I know.
How come you're not in the Cybertruck?
The many sides of Alexis. So, Alexis, hello.
Yeah. We only want to see one side. Now
Now you got a little side boob. So, what's going on, Alexis?
You don't want to know.
Sure we
Yeah,
do.
we do, actually.
You were kind of explaining to us off camera, but everybody, there've been a lot of people asking about you.
Yeah, there have been.
Well, I got back in from Houston today. Came back to Corpus Christi. Jeff was MD Anderson.
Even though it's on the headset, I still don't know why it's so quiet.
Jeff was transported today from MD Anderson to Herman Memorial Hospital. During his last cardiac checkup, where they did a cardiac cath lab, a scope. We found that he had a 70% blockage in the left descending artery, and even though the meant that their procedure will be good, it's obviously very concerning. So I just told him, I said, look, they're getting you over today. I don't know what their setup is over there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep in the room. I don't want to spend the money for a hotel. We can't afford that anymore.
Yeah.
So I said, because there's absolutely no income. I mean, from his pay has been cut off by his wonderful boss. And I say that tongue in cheek. So anyway, I came on home. I said, I need to give the people that are caring for our animals a break anyway. So they went to the Wings Over South Texas air show today, the Blue Angels and all that. So it was nice that they were able to do that. And they'll get the entire day off tomorrow. I will return to Houston on Monday after his heart stent is put in and transported back to MD Anderson. And then we tackle the question, because we still don't have a diagnosis. They took a lymph node biopsy the other day that was enlarged in his upper left clavicle. And they took fluid from his lungs, so they stuck him in the back for that. And that was a few days ago. That'll take 3 to 5 weeks to get that diagnosis back. It'll take maybe 2 or 3 to 4 or 5 days for the clavicle to get back from pathology. And then there was another thing they're looking at in the blood. It's not leukemia, but sometimes there's markers in the blood that show what type of cancer it is. We do know he does not have leukemia, praise God, but they're thinking it might be pancreatic, and if it's pancreatic, it's stage 4, which is the worst kind. So not a lot they can do surgically for that. It's more chemo and then radiation later on if he's able to, survive everything else. So asked about lifespan today, if it is pancreatic stage 4 cancer, which we don't know if it is, but for those that have that particular type of cancer, 30% is 5 years or less. Some make it, some don't, and 70% is less.
Yeah.
And of course, we might be able to get into some case studies. We don't know what the future is. I mean, we're just taking it one day at a time. But it's been a really, really emotional, draining time there because every day is emotional and draining. I mean, no, but the staff at MD Anderson, I can't say enough good things, except for the transportation lady that came in the room today was trying to collect. It was either $475 or $425 for the ambulance to take him 5 minutes away. And I'm like, what? Why? And she's like, oh, it's their copay. And I said, well, we're not paying it. Bill it to the insurance. That's why we have insurance. Well, I did check in with another ambulance that may be zero. I said, well, if it isn't, then you try a third, because that's just the way it's going to be. Jenny was injured, our dog, on, I think it was Tuesday. I was telling you all about that before the show. I looked down, Tuesday. I was just getting ready to pull out of the garage, and I walked her outside to get a better look at it, but that's what I found. Ooh,
shit.
Ripped open. So one of our other dogs, I don't think there's anything else in our backyard that could do that kind of damage.
Yeah.
So I had to take her to the vet, and he was either coming in later in the afternoon or was off. But anyway, he came in. I laid down a whole pocket full of cash, as you can imagine, and he did a debridement and stitched her up and wrapped her up, put an e-collar on. Come here, baby. Jin. Come here. Come here. Everybody wants to see your fancy collar. Come here. Up. Come here. There you go. There she is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
She's all wrapped up.
Sorry, Lon. I muted you because of the echo. We went from like 18 people down to 12. Here, I'll put you back on for a moment.
Yeah. So anyway, that's been my week. I'll let somebody else talk.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe you got Filipino people watching your animals, right?
Oh, they're wonderful people.
You might want to do you might want to check
where this is going.
Check the size of the wound on your dog.
No,
does it look like teeth marks? That's the question. Not canine teeth marks either.
Lon, I turned your mic back on and you're not echoing now. What's going on?
I was using sign language.
Yeah, I see that.
Told me to bite. I'm muted because I turned the speakerphone back on so I could hear Alexis's story.
Yeah.
Now I'm echoing, right?
No, there's no echo now.
No, you're not.
Really?
Yeah, there's no echo.
Oh, okay.
Magic.
I had one neighbor say, "Did one of your chickens do that?" I'm like, "What?"
Yes, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, killer chickens. Yeah, maybe the ducks.
A rooster.
I said, not even a rooster could do that.
No.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any coyotes in the area?
Yeah, but I don't think they could get in our backyard and survive with the 5 dogs that we have. Well, the four other dogs.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't even go in with that many dogs.
Yeah.
And,
not that they couldn't fight them, but why bother? There's yards without 5 dogs in them.
But I was printing out family medical leave act paperwork, and Jenny had come upstairs with me and went and laid in her bed, and she didn't even make a whimper. She was injured the whole time. And so when I called her, she came out of the spare bedroom, and I'm leaving this office, and we went downstairs, and I was telling everybody, okay, I'm going to go see Daddy. And I happened to look down, and I said, oh, my God, what happened to you? Oh, yeah, this happened like 2 years ago. But, yeah, we do have coyotes. I mean, I've seen them run across the airport runways and the tarmac, while I'm taxiing the airplane. Call the control tower, and they send people out to scare them off, It'd be like bad stuff if you're landing a plane, even if it's a commercial jet, and they had a pack of coyotes.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be too good.
Yeah. Anyway, so I wish I were in your shoes, Lon and Billy Kyle, having fun tonight instead of just putting up with this world. But
putting up with this bunch?
No, not the bunch, my world. Just
I wish I'd have brought my earpiece. I totally forgot it on my stand. I have all the crap to live stream remotely. I just didn't bring any of it. We jumped in the car real quick and took off to go do this, and I just zoned it. It's all sitting in the hotel.
Yeah, I don't know
Who
what
is
you
it
do
you're gonna
different,
go
but you're
see?
fine now. You sound good. Everything's fine.
Huh? Don't look at me. That's restreamed for you.
Who are you
Mhm.
going to see, or what show are you going to see?
No. The guitar starts playing their light show at 8:30. Yeah, we're going to a hockey game tomorrow probably, but today we're just filming. We're filming the guitar. I actually just put a video out of the guitar from last night. We missed the show. We got here too late, and but I flew the guitar just dicking around and posted a video just for shits and giggles. Nothing special. So, how you doing, Bill? Have you flown that cool Air 3S, buddy?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, not recently, but yeah. Actually, I'm glad you brought it up. I'm going to Dad's tomorrow. I think I'll bring it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't ridden that scooter I bought because I ran into some issues with it.
Oh, like what? Stutter?
Well, it was hard starting, so I discovered that the pilot jet was completely blocked, and it probably was like that for a while because he had the guy that owned it before. He had the mixer valve opened all the way up 3 full turns. So
Oh, yeah.
I guess he was trying to figure it out, So really, it was running the bike without one. So instead, and then I had an issue. The float valve was stuck, so it was overflowing. It's like, son of a bitch. And I figured out it was not the original carb. It was just a Chinese aftermarket carb. So I figured, fine, I'll buy another one. And I did.
Hey,
And now the
TJ.
idle, it starts right up. Idle's beautiful, nice and smooth. No surging, nothing, just beautiful. But you can't accelerate. As soon as you get it up above, I don't know, a couple thousand RPM, and then it's just, and I can't figure it out for the life of me.
Secondary. That's the secondary. Well, you said you got a new carb though, so
Brand new.
what's your fuel flow like? Is it fuel pump putting out enough pressure?
Yeah. Oh, I saw what it was putting out when it was overflowing all over my parking lot.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
over my
no, I
driveway.
understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to put the pieces together.
You only need 4 pounds for that system because
Right.
so it's not a lot. Besides, the new carb came with an additional little fuel filter. So I have a secondary fuel filter that I can see into, and it's full of gas. So
Okay.
it's flowing. It's flowing. The bike's got fuel. I changed the plug today just in case maybe you just couldn't handle higher RPMs. Maybe it wasn't sparking every time and causing some blowback, But I adjusted my valves today, and that didn't change anything.
No, that's fine.
So I don't know. They say there could be a crack on the intake, where you connect the carb to the intake because it's rubber. But I've inspected it and it looks just fine. So I don't know. It's weird. It's busting my ball. I'll figure it out eventually. Could be the CDI, but why would that? Why would that all of a sudden start happening? I'm thinking about taking the pilot jet out of the new carb, and the float and needle out of the new carb, and putting it into the old and the gaskets because the gaskets were hard, into the old carb, and put the old carb back in. Maybe that'll fix it. If I can't figure it out, it's going to be in a garage. That's all. I'll pay
It's
somebody.
a secondary because your primary is working because it's starting. So
Starts and idle's
yeah.
beautiful. Yeah.
So, but when you get on the gas, it opens up the float. I would assume it's opening up, no problem. Secondaries are opening.
It's a single barrel carb.
No, it's got a top plate and a bottom plate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bottom plate's opening when you hit the gas. You didn't miss a spring or something like that, did you?
It doesn't have 2 plates.
It doesn't have a plate that's closed when it's choked.
No, it's not a choke.
Well, or whatever you want to call it, you know what I mean?
It's an enricher. What it does is it's actually, rather than choke the engine, it introduces more fuel to the carb. is what it does. So it adds fuel until it warms up. It only takes about a minute, and that shuts off. So, so it can't be that. All right, Mark.
Okay, when you open the throttle though, the plate's flipping open, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking. Just trying to break it down, you know what I mean?
It's a butterfly. The butterfly opens right up, and then it's getting more air. And actually, when I take the air box off, so I can see with the carb wide, open, I can accelerate all the way up. But it's puffing out. It's puffing out fuel air mixture out the front of the carb, like into the air box. So it's either the CDI is weak and it's not handling the higher RPM properly, which it's a possibility, I guess. But it's got the original one in there from Honda. It's like a $200 CDI. The aftermarket ones are like $15, and they don't typically go bad. But there's ways to test it, so I'm going to get my meter out and check it out. And, eventually I'll figure it out. But right now it's busting my nuts. So
Yeah, like I said, it sounds like a secondary problem.
I wasn't doing it until I put this carb in. So that's the thing. What's up? But then this carb is actually working properly because the butterfly valve is actually closing and it's not overflowing fuel all over the place, and the pilot jet is clear, so it's actually idling properly and starting right up. And I thought maybe it was the enricher wasn't working, so it was too much fuel. When I pulled the plug out, it was carboned up like to no end, so it's been actually running rich. So don't know.
Is it a multi-position needle, or is this a single position needle?
I don't even know what that means.
Does it have a number of slots for different adjustments, or is it just this?
It's just a needle. You just turn it out.
The one needle, okay.
But that fuel mixture, that's just for idle anyway.
Yeah, I recognize that. I'm just, like I said, I'm just spitballing here.
If it's too open, you'll probably be getting fuel introduced from the pilot valve as well as the. Here's another thing. This carb, just like the old carb, the main jet's too small. It's a 105, and the stock is a 110. So I ordered those. By the way, I ordered a new. I'm going to see I'm going to pop it in, but I have a feeling it's not going to make any difference.
I know to lose.
Right. It was $19 for that. It's a 38 pilot and a 110, and that's stock. So I just want to make it stock. I'm not trying to tweak it out or anything. I just want it to run. It's quick enough the way it is. It's a scooter. People work those things. They'll put like a 125 main in it, and a 48 pilot, and just throw a pod on it, instead of using the air box and all that, and try to get a little more acceleration. I don't know if you gain any top end, you might, but I don't think it needs it. It pulled my fat ass pretty easily, just right down the road, no problem. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure it out. And if I don't, like I said, there are mechanics out there that work on scooters, so I'll pay somebody. We worked a couple $200-300. Just I got it for nothing. A couple $1,000 for nothing. So whatever I spend, I'm still ahead of the game. I'm worried maybe the valves are burnt. And I'm getting blowback back through the car by the higher RPMs. They may not be seating properly.
Maybe. Well, that would affect you starting and idling too, though.
Yes, it would. Well, yeah, but there'd be less back pressure at lower RPM. If it was close, if there's a little leak, but at a higher RPM, you're gonna get a higher amount of blowback. But I don't know. It's funny how Honda has you do it too. Well, there's two ways to do it. You could put it top dead, kind of with the flywheel. With the engine, you got to open a plate, turn it, get it up there. It's set that. Or Honda, for mechanics, they suggest they do it while it's running. They actually adjust the valves while it's running, because the adjusters are on the outside of the motor.
You can hear them. You go click it, click.
You go too far, and so and then you go until you can't hear it anymore, and then one more. They're marked. Then one more notch, and I did that. I changed it a little bit from where it was. Made no difference. So So, which again, possible. Maybe they're burnt.
You weren't in a project anyway. You don't even give a shit if you ride this thing ever, probably. One more thing for you to tinker on in your garage.
Oh, I want to play with it, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's up,
I
Lloyd?
mean, it starts and runs. It sounds great. And I know it moves. I know it's got compression. Everything's good. I just got to figure it out.
Okay.
Change the oil.
My puppy decided she wanted in my lap. So.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, puppies like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're petting your puppy. Yeah.
I call it now. That's the puppy.
That's your story, and you're sticking with it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Sticking to something. But anyway, who else? We got TJ is just high fiving everybody in the chat. TJ, I sent you a link. You could have just come in there,
Yeah, you
homie.
can come and join us.
Oh,
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, it's a
Got a
freaking
new guy
party.
there. Who's Godspeed Super Beast? Does anybody know Godspeed?
No.
No.
He's
No.
got a here's his share. I'll show you his yeah, there we go. Share screen. Window bleep, bleep, bleep. Not window, tab. There it is.
There you
There we go. Godspeed Super Beast. I want to help, inspire, and I feel accomplished if I at least make you smile. That's great. That's a great attitude.
Good attitude. Yeah.
Sunny day, Florida, Indian River. Okay. All right. Wait a minute. What about this guy? Where's he from? He's from the United States.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't say Florida.
2011. Okay.
I don't have anything funny to say for this video, but apparently if you just say, for the boys, all these guys will just come in and like your video and watch it and share it. I don't have anything funny to say for this video.
Deck the halls with gasoline, fa la 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 la. Light a match and watch it gleam.
This is a bowling alley.
La 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 la. Now the school is burned to ashes. Fa la 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 la
But
la la.
that's an AMF. That's the same machines we have in ours.
Deck the halls with gasoline.
Wait a minute, somebody that works at your bowling alley?
No,
I'm just
Dude,
kidding.
Are you a mechanic? Those are the same units we have.
Light a match and watch it gleam. Fa la 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 la.
I just launched memberships on this channel and we just got our first ever member right here. As a thank you, we're doing something absolutely insane. I just launched memberships on this channel and we just got our
Okay.
The fact that he was in the back like that, and you're showing the inside of the box on the pinwheel motor, tells me he's a mechanic.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he's in Florida, dude.
Dude,
We can use a mechanic.
Yeah.
Stuart,
$30 an hour.
Stuart, shut the fuck up, Stuart Bowl. Oh, maybe he left. He's not responding.
30
Not responding.
and all the beer you can drink.
I was thinking it's $5 an hour and about as many microwave burritos as you want.
Yeah.
And the bartenders get topless on occasion, so you got that going for you.
I'm not aware.
You know,
of it. I have
Dom
no
looked
idea
up
what
for
you're
that.
talking about. I really have no idea what you're talking about.
Sure.
I don't.
I'm gonna move down there and apply for a job with
There you
Uncle
go. You want to be a bowling alley mechanic?
Bill. Give it a shot.
Why not?
I thought she was on about being a topless barmaid.
Is Mark back? I can't see the whole screen. Mark,
Yeah, he's
Mark's
back
back.
finally.
Oh yeah, Mark's
hey,
there.
Governor.
Hang on. Happy birthday.
Well, thanks, buddy. You're looking kind of dark down there. You get a tan?
I had a
Yeah.
birthday too.
Did you? I didn't know that. Happy birthday, Alexis.
Happy birthday.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot. Alexis'
Happy birthday
birthday's
to you.
around mine, too.
Yeah, mine was 2 days
Oh.
ago. Never thought I'd be sitting in MD Anderson, but
Mine's the 8th, too. Yeah, all the hot people were born on the
I
8th.
know who that is. It's Billy. Oh, Billy Ball. His name is Billy Ball. Godspeed Super Beast. That's right. Ah, no
Billy
shit.
Balls.
Oh, you know
Oh,
him.
Ball. Billy Ball.
Oh,
Billy Ball. William Ball is his name.
Mr. Sack.
Ah. Oh,
Okay.
shit. I know him. How about that?
Nice.
Well,
You work in the business long enough, you meet these people that go from one place to another, especially somebody with skills that most people don't have after they've been doing it for a few years. They kind of
Right.
get in demand. They go from one place to another place to another place.
Yeah.
But I've worked with him in 2 different places. So,
Oh, cool.
yeah.
Interesting.
Cool.
God, that's pretty cool.
What? No,
Yeah.
don't.
That's pretty cool.
Oh,
How ironic.
Cool, man.
that is ironic. Yes,
You know, that video might have
What do
been
you think?
Stuart. That might have been Stuart Bull.
it could
Oh,
have
He
been.
was
Yeah.
there for a minute. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. That's funny. He's obviously gone. He's not commenting anymore.
Yeah.
How could he stand to leave? The
I know,
riveting
it's
content.
an exciting crowd. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, has your show started yet, Lon?
Huh?
Is your show started?
Yeah, what the hell?
It's only 15 minutes.
I went for 15 minutes. I wasn't paying any attention. I'm doing this shit with you guys.
It's going to go back on it.
What is it going on? What are you waiting for? What's going to show? Oh, you're
At the
eating your-
hotel, they have a light show twice a
Oh.
night at 8 and 8:30 and 9, right? Yeah, 8:30 and 9.
And, and what business are you sitting in that you can get French fries from?
McDonald's.
Oh.
McDonald's.
And they don't give a shit. Every time we come down here, we sit here and film this stupid thing.
Oh, that's what you're there to film it, to tape it.
Mhm.
So,
Does Billy have his drone up?
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
what are you guys doing in Florida, anyways?
Nothing.
Nothing. You just went down there to kill time.
Yep.
Wow.
I got a lot of time. A lot of time. They put us up to like 6 weeks of vacation now. So I didn't know what I was doing with 2 weeks of vacation.
Yeah, but you went down there for a race or something, didn't you? Yeah, you went down for
F1? No.
not Rolex. Yeah, F1. Yeah.
That was last week. I didn't go for F1.
Oh, you were talking about
It
it.
must have been a mad. No, Ken was coming down there last week, and then he changed his mind at the last minute. He realized it was F1.
Oh,
Okay.
He's not.
Yeah, he's got some properties to shoot down here.
He's not an F1 fan. Then I take it.
Well, it's not that. It's that he's got shit to do, and you're not going anywhere around here while F1's going on. It's a wrap. Pretty much. It's already a madhouse around here with traffic. You know what I mean? It's already crazy.
It gets
So
really bad when
you
go
went there
Formula One
just
in town.
What's that,
Huh?
Mark?
It gets really bad when you go Formula One in town. I know.
Yeah.
We had it about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
But is it bad or is it good? Because that's income.
Well,
to your
if you
area.
like Formula
Oh,
One, it's the
good.
shit.
It's good because you see a lot of people around.
Yeah. If you're trying to do something, it's bad.
Exactly.
If you're trying to get around town, it's not good.
That's bad. That's good.
Bad.
Sad.
Bad. No, we're just down there effing off, man. I got all kinds of vacation time. I had plane tickets left over from when we didn't go to the meetup, so that had to burn.
Well, again, I'm going to repeat myself. If you're just effing off, then you could have stopped up.
Where? It's Stewart?
Stewart.
Yeah, it's not that far from Fort Lauderdale, an hour and a half.
You can shoot up. You're fine. You get in your fucking car. You drive down here, and I'll buy you lunch.
I would have if I knew you were there.
What are you talking about?
He just invited you, Bill.
Yeah.
Did you tell
Dude.
me you were coming to Fort Lauderdale? I
Fuck
don't think
you.
so.
I did not. Yes, I did. I said it many times. I'm going to Florida next week.
Yeah, but I thought
every stream I was in last weekend, I
remember
mentioned
you
it.
saying something about F1, but all right.
No, I didn't say nothing about F1, but I had said every stream last weekend that I was going to Florida this weekend. I know for a fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, good.
I'm working.
I made
now.
a big point about how cheap my rental car is. Because my rental car is only like $85. I couldn't believe it. I got 3 days of I got a Pacifica of all things. Gave me this big ass minivan for $85 for 3 days out the door.
Yeah.
Who'd you rent it from?
Budget.
Oh, yeah.
I normally go Enterprise, but Budget sends me messages and shit. I think they're in bed with Allegiant. So, Allegiant sells them your information. I get emails and texts from them constantly. I finally took them up on them. I'm glad I did, sort of. I got
a good deal.
Yeah, $85. And this is the vehicle you want when you're doing this kind of bullshit. You got a ton of room.
You're in the Pacifica right now?
Yeah, I'm in a Pacifica. Yeah. I wouldn't want to own one of these bitches, but they're definitely utilities there.
They're comfortable,
Oh, they're way comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I had to wait for Jackass for about 5 hours because his plane was delayed in Philadelphia. So some idiot in a private jet had to land on the main strip in Philly.
Yeah,
and then he had to be towed off. He had emergency land. So they had to sit there on the tarmac for like fucking 2 hours or whatever it was, waiting for them to clear it all up and shit. So I was sitting in this bitch for about 5 hours waiting for him. I tell you what, it's comfortable as hell.
If you had flown through Newark, 2 hours is early.
Yeah, who are you telling? Newark is a mess right now. I was thinking about going to visit Philly, but I got to fly into Newark if I fly Allegiant, and so I'm going to postpone that horse shit until they get their shit together.
Oh, dude, I recently saw videos online that showed that had the voice, the sound of the tower talking to the jets. And it said, "Oh, our radar went out again." So instead of that, again, like the radar just is intermittently going down.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's constant bullshit there. So.
Well, there's airports in the country that are still using Windows 3.1.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
God.
And in some ways, it's good because there's no viruses looking. You know what I mean? They're not going to be attacked by anything modern. I mean, there is that.
So.
And as long as it still does the job, but it's not doing the job anymore. Yeah.
No, it's not. And last time I flew out of Newark, we were delayed because it took them. I don't want to exaggerate, but seemed like it took them 45 minutes to get the the connector thing attached to the plane, the gangway or whatever they call it. They kept effing it up, and then they back it up and black it up. Then they had the pilot. They backed up the plane, and it was like 30, 40 minutes of delay over that. It was crazy.
Brenda.
That was at Newark. I was at Newark. I was like, what the hell?
You didn't have any problems with Fort Lauderdale, though.
Oh no, Fort Lauderdale. Oh yeah, we were mildly delayed. Listen to this. So we're getting ready to leave Grand Rapids, and we were delayed like 20, 25 minutes. We're delayed about half an hour total because we missed our flight window, our takeoff window, because some jackass packed a power bank in his luggage, in his check-on bag. And
so why did Billy do that? I'm sorry.
No, we don't check shit. We travel light, kid.
It's funny.
They never check anything.
On my flight going down there, somebody left a battery in their luggage. I think that's just a general excuse for why they're sloughing off and late.
No, and then they had to bring his bag up to the plane because they couldn't deplane him, and so he could take it out himself because they're not allowed to go in their bags. And then reload it back in the plane. And then we missed our takeoff window, so then we had to wait for another slot.
Well, according to that nice little note that the what do they call those guys that check you?
TSA?
Yeah, TSA. They left me a nice little note on the inside of my bag saying they'd been in it, so they can damn sure go through it.
Right, but the baggage people can't, though.
Oh.
Okay, Laura, you're the first one I'm going to tell this to. You're on the wrong channel.
All right, Laura.
The people that are here, the 19 people that are here in the chat, can't see you because you're on Art's stupid channel.
Yeah, you're on Two Dogs channel.
Stupid channel. What's up, Art? How was work today, Art?
Not bad. 5.5 hours.
All right.
Yeah.
How was
It
your
was a
day?
short day.
It was a short day. And,
Well, I'll have
yeah.
you know that I only worked 2 hours today because I wasn't
Oh.
feeling good, and my boss came in and covered for me and
Oh.
let me go home. Yeah, oh, again with the fuck you.
Well,
Yeah, no, I was having a bad day this morning, so they which is cool, you know.
Did you take a widow nap before the
That's
show?
a little nap.
Yes, I had something to eat and I took a nap, and I worked on the motorcycle on the scooter. So all I did was aggravate me, so I slept less.
Yeah, I agree. But
And we had our usual amount of hours, didn't we, Lloyd? None.
I'm sorry, Mark. What was that?
I said, me and Lloyd had our usual amount of working hours. None.
None. Yeah, exactly.
His camera's really working hard today.
What kind of meat do priests eat on Friday? None.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Laura. Oh, Laura's here! Hooray!
Yeah.
Hey, Laura, welcome to the
Hey,
channel.
Sam's here now. Sam, I am.
Hi,
So-
Sam.
Hi, Sam.
So here's a crazy story. I wasn't going to tell it, but I'll tell this story. You ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
So Tuesday, I went in to get a CT scan, right?
Uh-huh.
And now, unfortunately, I've never had one before, so I had no idea what to expect. And the way my doctor made it out is like I was going in for an X-ray. I'm gonna try to keep it kind of short, but it's a little bit of a lengthy story, but not too bad. Anyway, so I go in. I had problems checking in to begin with. I'll breeze over that part. So they give me 2 big old cups of goop, right? Some kind of slurry, you know, like they called it a smoothie, but it's more like a white paste. And I had to guzzle both of these things.
Sure.
And then I had to wait an hour before they took me in for the CT scan. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever had one of these, but apparently it's not like getting an X-ray because I've had many an X-ray, my friend. You know, but I got in the machine and they said, okay, now your pelvis might feel a little warm. Don't worry about it. It's normal. I said, okay, that doesn't sound too bad. So they're ramping it up. They're doing their little test and scanning or whatever. And all of a sudden I started coughing really bad. And they go, oh my God, just hang on. We're on the last test. So I'm throwing up, right? And I'm holding it in my mouth, right? And then they pull me out of there and hand me a bag and a damp rag and say, okay, you're all set. And I'm just projectile barfing like crazy. I mean, it's insane.
So that was
Okay.
Usually they call it a barium milkshake.
Barium meal,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And they did a contrast dye dealie or whatever. They gave me an IV. So,
You know, it's radioactive. You were ingesting radioactive materials.
They do
Right.
injection dye
Apparently, I'm
into-
allergic to radioactivity. So I'm barfing everywhere, right? Like Family Guy episode barfing, right? And yeah, like Linda Blair action barfing. So they hand me a bag and a damp rag and say, okay, sir, you're all set. So I finish barfing, wipe my mouth off, hand them the barf bag, and I walk out. They just let me go. I said, okay. So I walk out, I get in my car, and I'm having trouble breathing, right? I'm sitting in my car, I look in the mirror, that was a mistake. My face was like a red purple color, and I had hives all over my face, all over my arms, all over my torso, and all over my back. I could feel them on my back, and I'm talking like $half size hives. I'm not exaggerating even a little bit. I'm talking dimes, quarters, and $half all over me, right?
So they didn't use that hypoallergenic barium.
Well, here's the problem. They didn't. Here's my issue with this. And then I get online, and then Google tells me, well, sometimes people have this reaction, blah, 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 blah. It's normally not life-threatening. Yeah, it should go away in 2 or 3 hours. Okay, fine. I had to get that information from Google. That's my complaint. They didn't bother telling me any of this, right? They didn't, tell me. And then when I'm throwing up and stuff, and my face was all bright purple, maybe they might have held on to me for 5-10 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just to make sure, because it can lead to serious complications. Some people react seriously badly.
It could have been the contrast dye too.
Yeah, it's probably the contrast dye, because everything was cool until they hit me with the contrast dye.
Yeah,
So-
I'm allergic to it, so I can't take it.
Yeah, apparently I'm allergic too because I broke out in hives and shit, and I was sick for 2 days. In fact, I'm just now feeling better today. But yeah, I look like a monster. I should have took a picture. I looked in my mirror and I'm like, holy crap! What? Somebody commented?
Yeah, you can see it on the screen.
Yeah, fuck off, Warren. This is a short version.
God, that's twice you know, it's just to make you happy. That's twice you made me pee. I just thought I'd tell you. Okay.
So, long story short, right? It was just a matter of I wish they would have told me that this was possible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Could you imagine if I was a hypochondriac or somebody that was prone to overreaction? You get in your car, you look in the mirror, your face is bright purple, you got hives all over. I had like 10 or 15 hives on my face, and all of them down my arm.
I don't think it requires a hypochondriac to be worried about that.
Yeah, I would.
What you were describing would bother anybody.
I'm just saying, well, especially with no warning. That's my problem with it.
Yeah,
they didn't give me any idea that any of this was going to happen. I thought I was dancing in to get something akin to an X-ray.
This could probably help you.
It's more like right.
Yeah. And itchy? You want to talk about itchy? Holy crap! I'm lucky I have any skin on my body. I was so itchy.
Yeah, it was probably the dye, and I would let them know next time you have to. Anytime they do anything with the contrast, I'd let them know what happened. Explain to them exactly what you had and what happened. So
right, and they were all nonchalant about it, you know, because that's a multi-million-dollar machine. They got to get people in. You know, they're just like, all right, sir, well, good night, and I'm out the door, and then next guy was waiting to come in. You know what I mean? They're like assembly line action on that bad boy. You know, so anyway, I know that was kind of long, but it could have been longer. It could have been longer. So
I need to put it in a vomitorium.
Oh, man. I haven't thrown up that hard in several years. I mean, decades, probably.
So were you hungry afterwards?
Huh?
Well, vomitoriums, you know what that is, a vomitorium? That was actually a thing.
Oh, yeah, where people go in to throw up?
In Rome, what they would do is they would eat until they were so full. They were just glutton. And then they had the vomitorium where they would go in there and just expel everything they just ate and then go back to the dinner and eat some more.
Oh, okay. Just for the joy of eating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got you.
Mm-hmm.
I like to eat, but not enough to throw up over it.
No, that's when you really like eating.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the ultimate.
Well, they call that bulimia now.
Yeah.
No, did you keep eating though?
No, they keep eating it. You're just making room, baby. Yeah, those Romans knew how to party, baby. Yeah.
Hey, Lon, I bet it was Billy's idea to go there this weekend, wasn't it?
No, I think it was my idea mostly, wasn't it? I can't remember. We just worked on a weekend. You know, we figured out a weekend.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking there might be a TFR over Philadelphia at the moment.
Why? Because of the golf?
Yeah.
No, Trump's playing golf in D.C.
There's that golf game that you were watching.
No, the USPGA golfer.
That's pretty far outside of Philly, so if there was like a 5-mile TFR, it probably wouldn't have had a huge impact.
All right.
But yeah, I'm happy not to be in the area because it would have been a nightmare.
Yeah.
Steve, why did you time out FPV fan?
Because he wasn't a moderator.
Because he has a blank YouTube channel. Well, it's okay. All right, you're tough.
Yeah, man. Some of these guys are drill sergeants, man.
Yeah. He likes to get those guys.
But he did know who Warren was, so that's a hint that he knows some of us.
Yeah.
Missed that one, so.
Oh, Cool Cat. Mike's got a blank channel. Time him out.
It's a mod, I think. I got a mostly blank channel. I got like 6 videos on my channel, I think.
Oh wow.
Mostly blank stomach, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I erased all my videos. I deleted my channel.
Now Barkley's gonna leave. Everybody's gonna leave now. Barkley's got a blank channel too.
Oh man.
Yeah, woof woof, Barkley.
All he said was hi. He said Warren.
He said hi, and he got timed out. Jesus.
Hey, FPV, hang on. We're gonna give you a moment. We're gonna give you a chance. We'll let him back in. But
Pull somebody's wrench, man.
all he said was Warren. So apparently he actually even knows Akira Show.
Yeah, Akira Show, yeah.
Well, I say Akira, but anyway, he actually knows Akira Show, and you still knocked him off. That's funny.
Yeah, because I said hi to Akira Show for years and didn't know his first name until a couple years down the road.
Yeah.
Still don't know what he looks like.
I wish Art had a blank channel.
No, I have
all?
1,000 videos.
Yeah.
I wish you. Well, you do have them.
No, but
I
he's
got
got
like 6 videos on my channel.
Artie's got a channel with videos that have 1.1 thousand hits and stuff, right? Art, what was it? What was the video you were just talking about one today?
Oh yeah, that was Sean Hyde's birthday shout out. Now it's at 1.2K.
How many?
Killing it, Art.
How many's mine at?
I think yours is up there as well. Let me check.
It was 1.1 at one point. I did see that.
Yeah, I think it was. It might
What's
be.
mine at?
Yours is at 1.3 or 4.
No,
Yours
check
is
mine again.
1.5.
You actually did one for me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm kidding.
saw it.
I didn't think you actually did it.
Yeah,
he did.
go hit it up so that you can get another hit on, another view on there.
Mhm.
What's mine at? Come on, let's hear it.
All right, hold on.
3,000.
7.
You do Billy's. See if you get more.
Didn't you do somebody and you only got like 6 views or something?
Oh yeah,
That's probably mine.
I
Jeremy.
mean, that's a rejection.
Oh, Jeremy.
I get over
Yeah.
1,000 views and somebody, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
Who
let's
does it?
see.
Because who the fuck am
Ron,
I?
you're at 1.1.
Oh, Lonzo.
Ron Carmarda, he's at 1.5.
Wow.
Ooh, Rob Camarda
Let's
is his name.
see.
Ron.
Billy Boy.
I mean, know his name if you're going to shout out his birthday.
Bill, you're at 1.1 right now.
Okay. That's
Oh,
it.
neck and neck, Bill.
I know.
Yeah.
It's been
What
up
am
there a
I at?
while, so that's all I'm getting.
What about Alexis then? Not do one for Alexis.
See, I'm lucky. He started this after my birthday, so I don't have a shout out.
Aw, dog.
Do a belated birthday for Lloyd.
Oh God, no. I'm
And make
good,
sure you
Art.
tag Moses. Make sure you tag Moses on that one. So he get some of his friends commenting.
That's an exaggeration. I would say tag JFK, but not Moses. I mean, you're going back way too far,
Yeah.
Or Eisenhower.
JFK was in
If they
short
didn't have
pants
a beard,
when
though.
JFK was in short pants when Lloyd started smoking. Shoot. JFK's dad was in short pants, probably.
Are you still smoking that stuff that I ordered?
Yep.
Look at you. Look at you. You look so happy. Oh, I made you happy.
You did. It's just I got right now I've got 3 pipes lined up here. I made I finally perfected my pipe stand the way I wanted it, so and it's
What the hell use is your pipe stand? That thing doesn't leave your hand.
I've got 3
Pipeline.
pipes. This is my second pipe of the night.
And he's got a pipeline.
Yeah.
Yeah. Executive order.
Yeah.
Now, this is my
There it is. There it is.
yeah. This is my ebony pipe.
Oh,
This
snap.
is-
Do you have an
Got
ivory
jungle
pipe?
fever.
Do you have an ivory pipe?
No, I do not have an ivory pipe.
Ebony and ivory.
Yeah.
You can do a video.
Yeah.
Live together in perfect.
This is my it's called a bent Dublin.
Oh.
And it's made out of briarwood.
Okay.
And yeah, it's
Look how fancy.
it's actually a real dark
He's a
blue.
fancy schmancy.
Is that a Sherlock Holmes style one?
No, his is a Cavendish.
Ah.
This is called a
Excuse
bent
me.
Dublin.
Show
Yeah,
us the
get it
Cavendish.
right, Mark.
It's
Yeah.
You got that's a Cavendish right there, isn't it? The other one? The
This
one in
one?
your mouth? That one, yeah.
No, that one. That's a. Oh shit! I can't remember now.
I gotta get you one of those Chinese ones, you know, that they smoke opium out of. You know, it's real long and skinny.
Yeah, real long ones. Yeah.
Hey, you have to
They're
get.
made of grass.
But yeah, that's my briarwood, and then I've got, and this one's, or this one's
You got your Gandalf.
Oh, you
ebony, and
really.
this one is,
Yeah, I like that. That's cool.
yeah. Now this one is pearwood.
Oh yeah, you're out of batteries, aren't you?
Yeah. So.
You got to get yourself a
More, but like
mission.
it's not. I got all in. You know?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
You really bought into this hobby, haven't you, huh?
Oh, he
yeah.
dives in foot first, baby.
How many pipes?
Yeah, I've
do you
got.
have?
It's like I got a leather pouch that I keep my favorite, my
You want to drive?
Yeah, if you want to bullshit on the stream.
I'll
the-
book it now.
the stuff that you bought me. The
I'm tired
Golden
of driving
Virginia
anyway.
buttered rum.
Mhm.
And I bought some glass jars, and it fills up when I took it out of the pack, and because I want to put it in a jar, because instead of having to keep digging in the pack, and it filled up like a quart jar, or a little bit bigger than a quart jar.
Cool.
So, about 70. It says it's only 9 ounces, but it filled up a 64-ounce
Oh, cool.
jar.
Yeah, same bit.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
Lloyd, are you going to get a meerschaum?
I may eventually.
I had a meerschaum pipe back in the day.
Yeah, I've
Actually.
got one upstairs somewhere.
Had it was all carved, fancy. You know, it was neat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll get a fancy one, but I'll get a.
I mean, I smoked weed out of it, but you know,
Yeah.
you know, because regular size weed bowls just weren't big enough. you
Weren't big enough. Yeah.
know.
But
Lon,
I'll
look at
probably
you.
get one at some point.
Show.
What?
Now we got the echo back.
Oh, did he come back? That's weird.
Oh, just for a
Didn't change
moment.
it. Well, I changed the camera. That's weird. Why would that matter? Hold on.
Just for a moment. It's gone now.
Just for a moment.
You
It's
sure?
gone now. Yeah.
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 No.
Yeah, no, it's gone.
Ignore Mark.
Speaking of gone, did you lose Billy? Because now you're in the driver's seat.
No, I'm in the passenger seat.
I'm driving.
Billy's driving.
Oh, you're
I
in
don't know. He
the,
got his permit, so I'm letting him drive.
you got the camera reversed. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either that or you're in England.
Oh, I got the wrong camera. Let me change cameras again. Hopefully it doesn't jack up. There we go. Maybe. Nope. Okay, lucky little bastard. There, how's that? Nope, that's even worse.
It really didn't do anything. It kind of squished and it came back the same.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it's refusing to go back to the zoom camera. You know, you got I got 2 cameras on my phone.
Right.
Selfie cameras. I got 2 selfie cameras. Oh yeah, got them on. I did it again.
Did you tell Billy we were sorry we didn't get to see him at the South Florida drone meetup?
Yeah, man.
Nah, he don't care.
Sorry I failed, boys.
Yeah, he says he's sorry.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
doesn't mean it, but he says it.
No, we're always so glad to see all you
I
guys,
just sorry
you
I
know?
didn't get to see Lon. Billy was just like, okay.
No, we look forward to seeing all you guys, Lon, Billy, everybody. You know.
Aww.
But I got to see Ken, so I guess that's what really counts.
Yeah, you got to see the
Yes,
best
you
of
can.
the trio. He's definitely the best of us.
No, he showed up with his family. He showed up with his family. He was
Yeah.
as pleasant and attentive to his family and his kids and like that. It was a side of him we haven't
Don't
always.
get used often in the same sentence.
Yeah.
His wife was very nice, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's a saint.
Oh yeah, she's a freaking Jesus.
Have to be being married to Ken.
There we go. Oh, I'm on big. That's why. I'm like, why am I only seeing myself? I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah,
Trying to
'cause you're on
figure it
big
out.
screen.
Oh,
Yes, I had you on big because you had the light show on. So
got you.
yeah,
All right, now we're back to normal. Okay.
there you go.
Hey, Mark's not just a dark splotch anymore.
Aren't you glad, Mark?
Mark's got his
Oh,
white privilege back.
Oh, FPV fan is back, and he just got banned from Fly Zone. Why is everybody attacking him? That's funny. FPV
What,
fan,
he
what's
just
your
get
real
banned
name?
again?
'Cause you just said Brother Bob.
Is
So
that Sam?
I don't know. Oh, you know what? I'll bet you you're right. I'll bet
Is
you.
it Sam, and they're all picking on him?
I think it's Sam. I'm guessing.
Get that raccoon shot going.
Because that's the second person that he called by his nickname. So or real name versus called Warren, and then Brother Bob. So Steve, we believe that that's Sam.
But
Yeah.
isn't
We better make him a
isn't
ranch
Sam
real
running-
quick.
Was it? Has Sam got 2 channels up?
Oh,
Itchy, he's got a bunch of them.
Oh, does he?
yeah.
Okay.
He's smart. He's got like 10 or 15 channels. Hey, this works out pretty good. I got the mirror light.
Oh, isn't that?
I feel
Yeah.
like-
Look at that. Perfect for
Yeah, it's all
streaming.
amber too. So it makes me look warm.
No black.
Yeah, right.
I think it's something on it that says perfect for streaming while you're driving.
Yeah.
I shouldn't talk. I've done that more than once. Coming back when I was doing Sunday nights, coming back late for my dad, I would actually create. But StreamYard really got it down pretty well. I would actually create the stream on my cell phone.
I could do that with Restream, by the way, because they kept trying to make me do that. That's part of the reason why I was running late, because I kept trying to boot in, and they kept trying to have me go live by myself. It was really weird.
No, it worked. I mean, I did it while I was driving, but I created the channel while I was driving down the highway, down the turnpike. But anyway, Articus G, Articus. Why are you doing what's with the Articus, by the way?
Long story.
He's been using it for.
Well, I
couple
mean,
of
you got
years
to.
now.
That means you have a story. So when I ask you a question, why don't you fucking answer it?
I had someone that was stalking me on another platform, and then this person showed up on my other platforms, and I decided, you know what, I'll take out my change all my profile pictures and change my name.
So you thought going from art to Articus would fool this person?
Yeah. So I got it.
I'm just
Go
saying.
show that
That
picture.
can't be art. It's Articus.
Well, being Art's like a co-host of my show, I'm just going to start calling him two dogs.
Yeah.
Did you get that one, Dom? Yeah. So we'll just call him Two Dogs from now on. That way we know who we're talking about.
Yeah. There's a picture, Bill.
I'm sorry. What? Okay. Yeah. All right. He's gonna share something. It's not obscene, is it? I have to check with you.
No.
Right, okay. All right.
Yeah, it's already doing the window.
There he is. Yay. Lon after eating 700 hamburgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sort of looks like the Family Guy or somebody like that.
It does a little bit. There's Lord.
Yeah, you can't miss me. Even got the crab up here for being crabby. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So make yourself better looking than you really are. Everybody
He's
else.
done that every time,
right?
too. Yeah.
And take about 25 years off.
Yeah.
No beard. Yeah. Yeah. There he is.
All right.
All right, some chick.
No, that's his.
That's
That's his
Irene.
girlfriend. That's his girlfriend from the Philippines.
Oh, that's his
Yeah.
girlfriend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. A little Americanized, a little American looking, but
Yeah, that's what
That's
Chat
okay.
GPT does.
You didn't do me?
I did, but let me find that photo.
It wasn't important enough for him to remember where it was at.
Yeah.
You should see me turn it to Ken Heron. Hold on. I'll show you.
Guess I'm chasing little boys around.
No, the funny thing is, the first time I had a conversation with him was in a bathroom.
Oh, I bet.
I mean, face to face in Austin, Texas. Yeah.
Oh yeah, did you have like a conversation like? Did you notice a hole in between the stalls?
We weren't peeing at the time. Well, not that you could tell. And I just asked him about his V-copter. That's all I can remember.
Sure. Sure, that's your story. I guess I would stick to it if I were you. So, did you notice this big hole in between the stalls there, Bill? I wonder what that's for.
I've shown this before.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's funny.
It is. Jim Beauchard sent this to me. And that looks like the actual original photo right there. Right?
Uh-huh.
With a shirt obviously too small for me. So anyway, here we go. Then I turn it to Ken Herron. Yay! The back of my head.
What I think is strange is Jesus looks a lot like TJ.
Yeah.
I think it's the nose.
It's pretty, I'll tell you what, it's pretty damn amazing that and look, you see that angle over here where there's no wall? Watch over over here. What the hell is that? And who are these people? They're not even in the shot. You know what I mean? It just like created this.
Yeah, look at the extra fingers on
this
your
whole
hand.
outside scene. I don't recognize that business or anything. But yeah, it's pretty cool how I gain a finger, I lose a glass, and I actually have 2 rings on at the end of this thing. So apparently I got married in the middle of it to another woman. Yeah, because I start with one band. But still, it's to take a flat
cool,
image, and I never smile that hard, by the way. So it needs a look at that. Yeah.
Well, you never felt anything that hard before.
Yeah, no, not anymore. And then I look, I ended with Peter Griffin's chin.
And he's
never been
Where did you get the cliff? Do I have a cliff chin? Huh?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, I think I did when I was young, when I was thinner. I had a little bit of a cleft, so that's
You
a
think
pretty.
it filled in?
Anyway, I thought that was pretty cool.
Can a flat chin fill in? I didn't know that.
I do a little bit, but you
Little
can't really
bit.
see it because I'm fat. So that's what happens.
Oh.
Yeah, that one was pretty pronounced on that video, though.
Oh yeah, it was chin balls. You know, it was Peter Griffin all the way. He's a ball chinian. Where's
Like,
Don with the movie? Okay. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, he sent me a video too. We were having a talk last night.
You still with us,
okay.
Alexis?
Okay, Alexis, I see your pictures. You want me to put them up? Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Awesome sauce. What kind of pictures? Wow.
Not like that.
Oh. Let's see him anyway. I'm just kidding. If we encourage you to send pictures. Oh, they're homeboys.
Jeff.
Hey,
Jeff.
what did
Thumbs up.
Jackson go to the drone meetup?
I met Jeff, right? Did he come the first year?
And that's our nurse, John. He's the best nurse in the planet.
Oh, yeah?
He should be a doctor.
Cool looking.
Oh, yeah. I told him, I said, we're family
Think-
now, pal.
You think
We
that
are.
hat would work on me? Because I like his hat.
I love it. You know, when I
Where's
first
he
met
from?
him, I said, Houston. I said, hi.
Figure
look
it
at
out.
his name.
Yes, ma'am.
I said to him, I said, what is this on your head? And he looked at me and he
A
said,
hat. Yeah, what's a hat? Yeah, I took a coffee can and I decorated it. What? But what nation is he? Is he American?
No, I think he's probably from someplace else. He's got a bit of an accent, but he is the sweetest man on the planet. I mean, I literally hugged him when we left. That's my brother at a
Yeah, these are
symposium.
older pictures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's just undo that.
Hey, Lloyd and Bill.
So, Jeff,
Oh, sorry. Are you saying something? Did you guys used to have hats like that? Because everybody made those stupid knit hats out of Budweiser cans. Remember that
Yeah.
when people would take the aluminum cans and
Yeah,
they punch
and
holes in them and they would knit them in? Yeah,
I
people get
remember
them in the
those.
hats.
No, I don't.
They looked a lot
remember.
like that.
I have no
They
idea what
did.
you're talking about.
Seriously.
Was that a
Well, you missed
Nashville
out
thing?
because everybody else and their brother did that crap when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like a 70s thing.
Really?
I was going to say 70s or 80s. early
Yep.
80s.
I tell you what, it doubles. It keeps the CIA radio waves from penetrating. And,
Yeah.
That is
you know,
true.
why
That
wear
aluminum is
aluminum
protected.
when you foil?
Wear
When you
one of
can
those
do that?
beer can caps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeps the sun out of your eyes if you get they do the beer can part here,
Yeah.
Keeps those radio waves.
I was asked by Steve Janesh to. Well, you can read it yourselves, lazy bastards.
Remember the
Okay,
Northeast
first boys,
drone
please
meetup in
mention. Remember the Northeast Drone Meetup in Providence, Rhode Island area, September 5th through 7th. Go to that address and download the brochure under files. How about that, Steve? That good? They're putting together a nice drone meetup up north. We should do the Four Corners. We got Florida. Now we got the Northeast. Now we need like maybe Oregon.
We got Vegas, and then
Oregon Trail.
Oh, you got Vegas?
maybe Washington State.
Southwest is Vegas, right? So yeah, we need one up either Washington or Oregon, somewhere up there.
We need one in the central United
Maybe you can get what's his nuts to do it.
Or Canada.
Oh, Bill. Yeah, Bill Northeast.
Thomas?
Yeah.
Or
Coast to Coast Drone.
Marcus.
Bill,
Crawford.
Yeah, Marcus Crawford.
Lance Cadena is up that way.
Yeah.
You can leave that if you don't want.
We'll get it later.
How far is he from Las Vegas? See, Las Vegas is southwest, but you can go even further southwest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Arizona, San Diego.
Yeah. For example. If you went from there to Idaho, I don't think it covers enough. We need like either Washington State at least.
Washington State, yeah.
Washington, yes, it has to be
Yeah,
Washington.
Washington.
Asshole.
Yeah, that's like, wasn't that south of Washington, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
Washington.
How about southwestern Canada.
Fight me.
Washington.
If you're going to go real northwest, you should go Alaska.
Yeah, Alaska.
Yeah, well, the people complaining about the cost of going to Florida and Vegas ain't going to Alaska. Ain't going to Alaska, son. Yeah.
You got Jake Sloan up there in Alaska.
Well, there you go. Jake, that's well worth the 13-hour flight.
Alexis shared some more videos. I heard my phone going nuts back there. You sent me a whole bunch of videos, pictures. I mean, so let's show them. Okay, there's Alexis sitting down.
This is the next
How do I know
door neighbor.
she's sitting down?
Because I am.
Because you are. You'd have to be your head to be at that level with these folks. Okay.
Yeah. Like 5'2".
It's Adrian Estacio.
That's the Filipino family, part of them anyway. That's the girl in the blue. That's Mavi, her husband, Eris, in the foreground. She's next to her mom. The mom, Mavi, and her sister, all three had breast cancer, and all three went to MD Anderson.
Oh.
It was their mom's follow-up appointment. Mavi and her sister have beaten
Maybe
the
they
cancer.
maybe they shouldn't go there. Maybe they wouldn't have got the cancer to begin with.
Yeah,
My husband's sitting in the
Maybe they plant the cancer to get the business.
My husband is sitting, it's probably in the cafeteria. My husband is sitting in the background, of course, and if you look way in the back, that is where I slept. The sofa actually pulls out. It's not a fold-out bed, but you put your hand in that little divot down
slide it
in the
out.
middle. It pulls out like the size of a queen size, and it's actually.
I try not to put my hand in divots. Who's your kid?
Dead.
Huh?
Honey.
Is that him?
That's Jeff.
Okay.
And it's on the
This guy.
21st floor.
That guy. All right.
There's
Let's go
John.
the other direction.
Yeah. This is my birthday.
Oh.
They took me out to a buffet that's in MD Anderson. I swear we must have walked a mile. Through all kinds of catwalks. They're singing.
Oh,
Happy
you know, a restaurant has good food when the manager looks like that, or the waiter looks like that. Ready? Because they get free food. Here you go. Come on, show the picture. Show them again.
There
he is. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice, very nice.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Nice. Yeah. You know, and it's funny. It doesn't take long to do this, and it makes a big impact.
Yeah.
It does. Now that's the NRG Stadium. More off to this. Go to the center of the photo and go to our right. That's the NRG Stadium in Houston. 21 floors up.
Oh,
And there's my big.
No.
oh God,
That was on Tuesday.
Jesus.
Damn.
I had to get her into that right away. I should have been dead by the time I got back. Mavi, the girl in the blue, she's a pediatrician. She said, well, if I had my K hair, I could have fixed her up. I said, I wish you would have. It just saved me all that money. She prides herself in how well she can stitch.
She's been cutting a lot of people, has she?
No, she says she has a lot of pediatricians, so she has a lot of babies that come in with dog bites.
What'd you say? Babies that get in dog fights? Is that what you said?
Dog bites.
Oh, dog bites. Say, why are babies getting in dog fights?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're little tiny airplanes, and they
Yeah,
get into dog
in these
fights.
little biplanes.
That's interesting. He's Itchy Sack, which is Sam in here a second time, I guess.
That's what Jeff used to look like when he was healthy about 10 years ago.
Says there's a West Coast meetup
Well, there is.
every year. Well, how come you don't talk about it? Huh?
That-
Is it
Yeah.
strictly FPV? Because, can't do strictly. Got to include everybody.
Is that Castle Crash?
Shut up, dog.
Bill Thomas is in Washington State.
Yep.
I
Yep, that's what I said. Washington.
didn't even know that.
Yeah, he's up there by Seattle.
By Seattle
Would
in
the West
Washington.
Coast meetup be Castle Crash?
Mm-hmm.
Don't know.
Oh, my. I'm going to leave that up there till he sees it.
I mean, you've also got Minefield as well.
Well, that's Tennessee. That's we're doing the four corners. See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've already got
Minefield.
Florida. Tennessee's quite a bit north of here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
Ain't
then
that far
there's,
north.
Fly Zone has one up in Chicago area.
Again, not for, well. I mean, if we could do that. If we have, because then we need 6. Because if we did Chicago, then maybe something in Louisiana.
That is
Go to
Castle.
Johnny. Go to Johnny Drone Buyer.
Go.
Yeah, we need to do one in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas,
Yeah.
Arkansas, Missouri.
I'd like to see one in San Diego because
Hey, but-
I'd like to go to San Diego.
Mhm.
It's freaking nice
Yeah.
there.
If you just go to San Diego, you might not know this, but you don't necessarily need a drone meetup to go places.
No.
Evelyn, you
You might not be
yeah.
aware.
Traveling.
You wouldn't be there, Lloyd wouldn't be there, Art wouldn't be there anyway. Either way, so he's
They went in
saving up to
Colorado, then.
go to the Philippines. Apparently,
Yep.
But
You know,
Alexis,
Art-
I'm sure Alexis might be able to make San Diego.
Art, if you dump the girl over in the Philippines and you save all that money, you could buy an American girl a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$50,
Especially with
every
the
couple of
terrorists.
months. It's a lot cheaper, guaranteed.
It's a lot easier to return them too. Get rid of them.
Yeah. Save you lots of money.
What's all that noise? Is that you on?
No,
No.
No.
Come on,
no.
Zadie.
It sounds like a bag of chips or something.
no, it's
Yeah.
not me this time.
Hi, Dominic.
you guys hear me
We didn't
okay?
mean to wake you or anything.
No, just
Can you guys hear me okay?
I'm just
Yeah,
feeling.
Yeah,
You're loud and
yeah, we
clear.
can.
Can you hear us? Because I'm talking to Dominic.
Yeah,
No, sorry.
I need to stretch.
Huh?
I need to stretch.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
me
watch.
too.
Go ahead, stretch away.
Let's stretch.
And he should go on it.
Stretch. Do I have any music
Stretch.
for that? I don't think I have any music for that.
Oh yeah.
Let me see.
Stretch it, Dommy.
Here we go. I will do this.
Stretching Dominic. Stretch it out, oh Dominic. Stretching Dominic.
It's a beautiful song, but that's enough. And I'll probably get a hit for that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a hit for showing my own video on my stream.
Yep. That happened to me too.
Unbelievable. My own video that has music that I had rights to use because it was through
Epidemic Sound.
No. It was
through you.
It was it was the free
Filmora?
music for more, yeah. But
Oh,
apparently,
okay.
I guess whoever those artists are decided to. I mean, I guess there's no guarantee that that's going to stay, because I got hit, and then they wouldn't. They've never hit that other video, as far as I know. I should probably take a look, but that's weird. They picked it up. I contested it, and I put in why, and that I owned a license, and they denied it. Apparently, there's some company that formed a music group, and a lot of some guys out there that were practically giving it away have joined this group to try to make some money, and whoever did that song was one of them. So, but you got previous contracts with other companies. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I guess because it's a new video past a certain day. I guess. I guess I should get what's that called? That shit that you have to pay $16 a month for or whatever.
Oh, that's pretty good though.
But
that some of those services where they're like $20 a month or whatever, they got like current music and stuff.
Right. Art just brought it up. What do you call
Epidemic Sound?
Yeah.
Oh, that one? Oh yeah.
It's not expensive. It's like $15. I thought it was. It used to be.
No, it's gotten expensive.
Well, screw that.
That's why.
Screw that.
And what happens when you cancel your subscription?
Then if you use it, you get a copyright strike.
Only.
What about all the stuff you've already done?
Yeah.
No, all the stuff you've already done is you can use that you've already done and uploaded. You still have license to.
I bet you
after
still get hit, and you'll have to contest it. And in the meantime, you're losing revenue. And then YouTube can say, "Nope, you don't have a license to it." And then you'd have to argue. Then you'd have to do something else and go to those guys who you bought it from originally and have them contact. Because I've actually done that before. I actually bought. It was very cheap. It was so cheap. This guy. It was very patriotic music that I used for a video, and I liked it. And I reached out to him, and I donate. He wasn't asked for money directly, just donations. I threw him $20, which is probably way more than he usually gets. And for that, I have that license. But here's the thing: you could still get hit, and then you got to tell them, yeah, I got permission to use this shit. And then you got to wait for them to. So I went through that, and I actually had to contact him, and he had to contact YouTube to tell him it was okay. Crazy.
Yeah, Mel got hit for Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah, well, who's performing it?
I don't know. I think it was probably. I think it was the Marine Band.
You got hit for that? The Marine Band? Yeah. Wow.
But
Alexis
he could have gotten.
up my
So I
phone
sent him the
already.
link to use it from the YouTube library. Have it with it was the same song, exact same group, but it was through the YouTube library. He got it from somewhere else, and that's when he got hit. So I sent him the link that I had. And he said, "Oh, okay." He puts it up there, and they took away the hit.
I'm going to share something. Alexis is blowing I hear my phone. Ding, 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 ding. So I'm going to throw this up. Ta-da! So,
yeah.
It's weird. You see, I have to go this way for the new photos.
Right.
Wouldn't you think to the right would be new?
Yeah, slide.
Maybe it's me.
Your screen is reversed. I'm just kidding.
It could be.
Hmm.
What a beautiful animal.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hey,
You know,
thanks, buddy.
the dog's
Oh, you're
nice.
talking
Oh,
about the dog.
the
Oh,
dog's
yeah.
nice. The dog's
The
nice
dog's nice
too.
too. Yeah, sure.
Oh, and the kitty.
Aw.
What are they doing?
That's a 23-pound
Putting their
cat.
butts together like that. What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing to see here. Mind your own business.
Oh,
Yeah, look at that little one.
That's Jenny when I first picked her up at the Gulf Coast Humane Society. She was so little she couldn't get over the central console
She
of
was
her
hungry
background.
too. She was telling you with that little thing with her tongue there.
Mm.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello, sweet looking puppy.
Feed me and I won't
Yeah.
pee on this seat right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's about a year after Jeff and I got married.
Very nice.
That was Thanksgiving. If you look at the clock in the back, it's the day before his birthday. Yeah, November 23rd is his birthday. But that
really?
was about a year
That's
after we got married.
my first
It says-
grandson's
You guys
birthday.
probably can't
was
read
the
that, but it's
23rd.
Thursday, November 22nd.
His birthday's the 23rd, but I cooked all that food just
is
for
this?
him and I. That's Thanksgiving. I think that in the
Hamburger
front
helper?
is it's dressing. There's dressing, a turkey, a big bowl of mashed potatoes, and there's pies, gravy, and everything. I made everything just for us.
That's very cool.
We ate a week, from that. That was a little tiny 1-bedroom apartment that we had.
Cool. It wasn't big enough to
We def-
store all the stuff you have in that house of yours.
Oh, no. But if you look close in that last video, you'll see that I already had arcade machines.
Of course you did. Why not?
I'll probably be selling them all in the pool table too. I often told him we should have an estate sale before we die. Just
You
get the
can
money.
enjoy the money and not let other people enjoy it.
Well, it's just the fact now we need the money because we're going to have astronomical medical bills. Perhaps I don't know how much the insurance is going to cover. After the insurance expires, then we go into FLMA, and then after that's 12 weeks, and then we have to buy into Cobra. So that's
You can't
really
jump on
expensive.
Medicare?
Yes.
We already have Medicare. We don't have Medicaid because he had private
If the
insurance.
medical insurance insures you, then
Don't
They-
start spouting off the rules and regulations of this country, sir.
it. That's the whole idea of insurance.
Well, if you're not employed, then your insurance ends, and then you go on the Family Medical Leave Act, and that only lasts.
Well, you're
for
talking about
12
going to
weeks.
Cobra, and if you go to Cobra, you can do that. And I've done that in the past.
Yeah.
And
Cobra is expensive, but it's less money than the
the
hospital.
Cobras, what happens with Cobra is you pay them, but you're not going to pay the rate you're paying now. You can continue your insurance, but you don't get the group discount.
Right.
We don't have to restart on the deductible either. The deductible that you've already met is already
Right, but you're still going to have your
as long
monthly
as you-
bill, which is going to be 3 or 4 times larger than what you've used to been paying.
Yeah, which is our biweekly medical insurance premium is $334
Right now.
for both of us.
Right, but if you're
Right
going
now.
to Cobra, it's going to be a lot more than that.
Oh, I know. That's why I just said it's going to be astronomical. And of course, I can't work full time because I took my social early, which I know you were contemplating about doing. I can't take it for another year and a half until I'm 68 and a half. I can't work full time because the IRS will take 50% of it.
68 and a half.
68 and a half years old. Because it's rated, your Social Security is rated on
I
your
know.
date of birth. Yeah, I know. So I'm 67 now as of 2 days ago. So I've got a year and a half to go before I can work.
It's
No,
67. It's actually 66 for your age group. to get full.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
No,
it is. I mean, I know that one of my coworkers at 66 qualified for his full. I mean, you can continue on to
I'll be
70,
right
and
back.
you get above that. Uh,
it's based on your
yeah,
date of
I
birth.
know it is. I'm 67 because I'm a year late. He's a couple years older than me, so he's 66.
I get mine at 66 in a couple of
I
months.
could get it at 62, but to get the 100%, I have to wait till 67.
Mm.
I'm not talking about the 100%.
No, I
of the
know.
Social
We just got off
Security.
on a tangent there.
What I'm talking about is if I work full time and I make over
Yeah,
a
I
certain
know.
amount of money.
Yep.
I know. So I'll take 50% of that
Not,
before I'm.
not after
If I make
67
that
years
amount,
old.
no,
I've
that's not.
actually recently looked this all up for somebody who just turned 67 at work. I have another.
Had
Well,
a
all the
financial.
managers are fucking ancient, unfortunately. But she just turned 67, and she can work. She can make as much as she wants. 68 and a half? It's odd.
Well, on another note, for a camera in the front-facing camera, that looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, you look
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah. I'm just surprised that it's coming in this good. That's all I'm saying. I was like looking at it, going, "Holy crap, that's not bad." For a phone, the front-facing phone camera. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah, that's a tiny sensor. You know what I'm saying?
Tiny sensor.
In my Coke.
You guys can
Mine
talk.
always the front-facing camera on my phone.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, yours looks pretty good too, though. Actually, I'm starting to wonder if it looks better than when I used the Pocket 3. I swear to God, I might sell my Pocket 3 just because it's the time to sell. You can't hardly buy them. So anybody that wants one, is probably going to pay top dollar.
Yeah.
I just pulled it up. You can make unlimited income while receiving Social Security benefits once you reach the full retirement age. For those born in 1960 or later, that age is 67. And I was born in 61, so mine is 60. I'm reading it. It's right there.
So 61 or older, as
No,
in 60, 59, 58.
No. For those born in 1960 or later.
Got you. I wanted to make sure, that's all.
I received full benefits at 67.
Yeah,
The head
you.
mechanic at work, he's 2 years older than me, so he's 66 or 66 and a half or somewhere. I think it's 66. And then,
Gotcha.
so unless Alexis is younger than me,
No, she's older.
I know.
Cuter.
Yeah, it says full retirement this age you reach 100% use for calculating social benefit. It says unlimited income.
Reading this thing that you are, and so I said,
Now she was born in.
I was told it was 60, 68 and a half, but here it says, all right.
Baby, you can do what you want now.
No, I know, but I just said I sit corrected. You're right. Once you reach full retirement age, 66 and 8 months, your benefits are no longer reduced regardless of your. Now that's benefits. If you were born in May of 58, your full retirement age is 66 and 8. Well, shoot, I'm going to go work for Elon.
There you go.
No, that's benefits. But if you continue on, it's there. If you have income limitations up until your full retirement age, and after that you can make whatever the hell you want.
$50,000 in 2025 will under full retirement age and receive, let's say, $1,400 monthly in social benefits. Your benefits would be reduced by $13,300, as you would have exceeded the $23,400 limit by $26,600. $1 is deducted for every $2 over the limit, which is
2-1. But and by the way, just so you know, you don't lose that money. The money gets rolled back into your Social Security. You don't actually lose it. You just don't receive it now. A lot of people don't even know that, but that's true. You don't ever lose it. You've earned it, but it gets rolled back in, and later on when you go full retire, when you stop working, your check will actually be a little higher than they originally. Like right now, they can give you an estimate what your check's going to be based on today's figures. It would end up being a little bit higher if you rolled back money back into the program.
And God forbid that Jeff passes away, but if he does, I keep the bigger of the two Social Security checks, which his is much larger than mine.
That's half his Social Security check. It's whatever's bigger, your Social Security or half of his.
No, you get the bigger of the
Right.
two, is what I was
Half
told.
of his or yours.
No, you get full his. There we go.
Look it up. Because I've been looking into retiring. You guys can talk about something else.
I put a video in the chat if you want to check it out. But
So how about that drone footage?
yeah,
How about them drones?
it's after the show though. In fact, we can see it from here.
The Hard Rock Cafe.
Yeah. It's not that great. It's just really quick, and like I said, the show wasn't going on, so. But they always like the building. You know what I mean? There's always like some ambient light or whatever you want to call it. There's always a little bit of a dancing light show going on outside, but not the main, thing.
Oh, you're right. Look at that. Now I'm corrected. At full retirement age, surviving spouses receive 100% of the deceased spouse's benefit amount. Look at that. Oh, that makes me feel a lot better because my wife is a waitress and, they don't report their income, all their income. So she'll get to keep mine.
That makes me happy too.
If they receive the benefits before full retirement age, here's what the problem is. Full retirement age, the amount will be reduced 71.5 to 99% of the deceased, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Okay. So there is a cutback of my benefit if I receive the benefits before full retirement. No, it's not clear there. My full retirement age or hers? Maybe hers,
I don't know.
That's a dick. That's a dick in the butt. I mean, because you're already taking less because you retired early, and then you die early, and then she gets even less. Why?
Here's a question I have too. Because he was working full time and making really good money, and now he's not getting any checks from his employer. Does he qualify for disability checks?
I think he might. I think so. He
could. Yeah, he could get.
Because it's medically
How old is
related,
he?
obviously.
Well,
60 or he's 72.
over here, it doesn't matter how much money you earn, you're still entitled to it if you do it.
Well, he's 72, so he's entitled to actually not just the regular full benefit. Your benefit goes up higher, and then at 70, it tops off. 67 is considered 100%, but if you continue to work past 60, well, me it's 67, yours 66 and 8 months, whatever. But if you continue past your full retirement age, you actually get a bigger check at the end. So it's weird that they do that. Why don't they just say 70 is 100%?
Are you talking about
Now I'm
Social
talking about
Security or you're talking
paycheck,
about
money. Yeah.
Social Security check.
Social Security, yeah.
Yeah.
If you work past your full retirement age, you actually get a bigger check up until the age 70.
Yeah, because he's taking his full social and was able to take his full pay without penalty because he was over a certain age. That's what.
Oh, so
our
he's
financial
already drawn
advisor
Social
said.
Security? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, disability, you
So-
tend to get a little more.
But does that cut into the social, or does he keep
I've never
the
been
Does he
in.
get a keep
I'm not
Social
sure how that
Security?
works.
We'll collect both checks like that. I think it's one or the other. You might just look at it and see whatever check is bigger.
Over here, you get both.
No,
Well, in some cases, you can
full
get.
Social Security is 67, but it goes up till 70. It's considered full Social Security because it affects how much money you can make. It affects a bunch of different benefits. But you will receive more money if you work till 70.
When did he start drawing his Social Security?
after he was fully vested or termed or whatever they call it, because our financial advisor said, Mr. Green, if you don't take this money, I'm going to kick you in the butt. And he goes, why? He goes, because there's no penalty. You can work full time and make your full check, and you can take your full SOCH and not have any penalty because you're fully vested or whatever the term is. So it's been probably a couple, whatever
If I
that
were you,
age
I would look
was.
into it because he may get more money on Social Security disability that he's getting
Yeah,
than he can get from Social Security regular benefits.
Oh God, all this crap. I mean, my head is just like, this has got to be a dream. And one of these days, I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna go, guys, you know what? I had this
I
crazy
know,
ass
right?
dream.
You keep open. Yeah.
Man, wouldn't that be great? Yeah. I mean, it's a nightmare. I told the doctor the other day, it feels like we're tap dancing through a minefield. You know, because if it is pancreatic cancer, there's different treatment options for stage 1, 2, 3. And then 4 is pretty much non-operable.
And it's just
And
it's just
you just
comfort.
basically
Yeah.
are. It's what they call palliative care, but it's not hospice.
No, but it's
But the case studies, like there's these different universities that. What are you doing, Jin Jin? Oh,
Yeah, I
here,
understand
baby
it,
girl.
Sam. I'm going to actually show you what AI just told me, which is exactly what I just said. Just so you're aware.
Yeah,
I
Bill
know.
was right.
Full Social Security retirement age is at the point you receive 100% of your calculated benefit amount. It's determined by your year of birth with a gradual increase since 1983. For those born in 1960 or later, which is me, the full retirement age is 67. You can start receiving benefits as early as 62, but your monthly payment will be reduced. Waiting to claim your benefits beyond your full retirement age will increase your monthly payment up to age 70, which is exactly what I said. And the reason I got the spousal survivor benefits wrong is because on the Social Security page, which I check, um, especially when there's every year it goes up, so I like to see how much. It actually shows what her survivor benefits would be, and it's way less than my check. So that's because it's still early yet, because I'm only, at the time I was 63, now I'm 60. I have to take a look now at 64. Every month it changes. So, yeah, look.
Somebody does the old person show without telling me this is the old person show.
Yeah.
You know, there's this guy that came to the ICU. He's a really dear friend, and we were sitting in the family waiting room, whatever they call it, away from stuff. And he said, I'm going to put on my tombstone that I knew this would happen if I stuck around long enough. And I was like, it was the first time I had laughed since this whole thing had started. And I said, I got one better. His name's Bill Carr. I said, on my tombstone, I'm going to put Bill Carr said this would happen if I stuck around. So, yeah. I mean, my brother was telling me today that he heard a comedian say that the Earth is the world's largest timeshare.
Yeah.
Because none of us are getting out of here alive.
Is this a geriatric stream? Jim, hold
yes. Yeah, how old's Jim?
Yeah, exactly. All the commercials are going to be for Jared Collins shit here in a minute.
Social Security is something that people of all ages should be concerned about.
Ron's the youngest.
As well as Medicare and Medicaid. All ages should be concerned about that.
Yeah.
My son had neck surgery here a couple weeks ago. So Wednesday we went up to Tulsa and he saw his neurosurgeon. And then they brought in a specialist. And of course, he's wearing a collar and everything. But the specialist brought in another collar to wear on the outside of that because it's supposed to help with bone growth. And I said, well, what does it do? He says, oh, it's got magnets in it.
It's like, magnets. They do that for dental as well.
Well, shoot, why don't I just get my Harry Potter wand and come over there and wave it a couple times, see if that shit works? Or let's go get the boot doctor,
No, there's actual studies about bone growth.
Yeah.
Increasing. It wasn't dental. It wasn't dental. It was with our dog, Jasper. When I first got him, he got hit by a car and he needed rod and pinning. But every time I take him back, That's what it was. His bones
They're
weren't
not knitting properly. Yeah,
going
it's
back.
supposed to align.
So what they
No.
did was they took these super duper heavy magnets, and they put that gauze tape like it's around Jenny around his leg with
Right.
these magnets, and it was like
Well, this
boom.
has it's a rechargeable, and it's got some sort of box here on it, and it's supposed to create this magnetic wave that, like, no, it's just another thing that they can charge you up for the friggin' insurance, you know?
Well, magnets, just magnets themselves, if they're super
Yeah.
big magnets, they work.
Problem
More
is, every time he tries to get in the car, his head will slam against the side.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, really, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So this is for Cool Cat.
It's for Kitty. You can always just get an F-150, an aluminum body, or a Cybertruck that's stainless steel.
It actually isn't showing the color too
Now it is.
well.
There you
There
go.
we
Lower it a little bit, it'll look like something. A little bit lower. When it was pink, especially.
I tell you.
They're cool.
You got such a one-track mind.
Yep.
They gave some of these away at the drone meetup.
At least I stay on the track.
Yeah, I
But
think so.
I sent a couple, I think, to Captain Ray to give away.
They're probably in his bedroom. Those things aren't creepy at all.
Sam wants to know who has the best deals on walkers, Walmart or Target.
I love that
Walmart.
lamp. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Actually, well, maybe not ever.
I think it's pretty cool, actually. I'm mostly joking, but
I think it looks cool.
yeah, you get close though, and the little tentacles are going back and forth, and like, it looks a little,
It's a great idea.
yeah, like a little tentacle action.
And then some of us have to take it here.
Picky here.
Sperm.
Yeah, I wouldn't go
Yeah.
say that. Bunch of little swimmers.
Well, that's one big ass swimmer with a
Or
bunch
a
of
bunch of
tails.
little
That's
swimmers
the one that's
and
going to make it.
a bunch of little swimmers piercing the
The egg.
the
Could
egg.
be,
that,
yeah.
could be, that could be the ovum right there.
Quadruplets, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
No, I think that's the mutant one. That's
Yes.
my CT scan, probably.
Yeah.
They should tell you not to get laid for weeks after that, and probably make all kinds of monster babies.
After that radioactive barium, yes, your little guys probably do look like that.
Yeah, I've ever got 11 tails.
Yeah, 11 tails.
Ron gets
You're
gets
lucky.
together with some chick, and she's like, "Why is it glowing in the dark?
Yeah, why is my ovum glowing in the dark? Yeah.
I don't need to put the light on when I go to the bathroom right now. What's going on?"
What the hell? What the hell?
Lon, you're lucky because you got to drink the barium. They also do that where they do an barium enema.
Oh,
yeah? Why is that lucky?
Well,
I get a little ass play.
Now maybe I worded that wrong. Maybe you would have liked the other better.
Yeah, who knows, man?
I
Get
did,
yourself a little ass play.
I did the barium milkshake when I was around 20 for ulcers.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah. I did something where they injected something in my blood once too. That burned.
Oh wow.
Radioisotopes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Well, they gave me an IV too, so that's that's the dye. The contrast dye. They gave me an IV for that.
Yeah, they did that to me for my angioplasty when they.
When I had the contrast dye, I got sick in the dog.
Yeah.
Oh, don't say that. I've got to go for one of them soon.
Sam, please.
Dan, please. You know what's hilarious? You know what the worst thing in the world that the medical industry does? They call me on Wednesday and they say, "Hey, we need an appointment. We need to talk to you in person about your test results." Yeah, you're like, what? Why don't they tell you? Why don't you just tell me over the phone?
Well, and
So I said, well,
that's the funny thing. The person who actually does the calling probably has
Yeah.
no idea what your test results
she
are.
doesn't know. You couldn't even.
Yeah.
She couldn't even answer you, even if you even asked. Yeah.
So that's
But
what
it's
makes
just
it even scarier.
Well,
you know, And then you walk in. Hey, everything turned out great.
Yeah.
With Judy,
Give me
I'd go online
$75
and get
for
the
the visit.
results. I could get the results online, but then I'd look at him like, oh man, I don't think it's too good. And we get to see the doctor, and he's like, yeah, everything's good. I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong.
no. See, but they don't get paid if you do it that way. You understand?
Yeah, exactly.
I've had numerous visits to doctors where, why did I come here today?
Yeah.
Your nurse on the phone could have told me this.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
heavens all. I have an appointment Tuesday with my regular urologist right now, and I guess to keep getting meds, but I can get that from my oncologist, who actually did prescribe. I asked him to prescribe my last because I was running out. I said, yeah, sure, yeah. So I mean, I'm seeing an oncologist and a urologist, and probably in the future a
Cardiologist,
psychologist,
radiologist. Yeah,
radiologist.
Well, let's hope not.
Psychologist,
I liked him; he's a good guy, but I'd rather not see him.
astrologist,
Astrologist, yeah.
Cosmetologist.
Did you say Scientologist?
The gynecologist, Scientologist,
And Scientology.
Doesn't become the
Scientologist. Yeah. Why you don't feel right and why it's okay or whatever.
I think I'd just rather go see a mixologist.
A mixologist. There you go.
Yeah.
And a barista when you're done with that. But I'm off the ologist thing. So
Speaking of which,
Alexis, wouldn't that feel better if you took your shoe off?
I'll return.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, it's way too strong, and that's on the lowest setting. That thing would
Look at your
kill.
beef.
Oh my god.
We did a custom door for the Corwell Health. This is the kind of money these jackasses have. They put a 60-foot wide hydraulic door in their PT area that weighs like probably 10,000 pounds, and it's so they could have an indoor half of a football field and an outdoor half of the football field. So in the winter they could do indoor stuff, and then in the summer they have the full field. And it's all astroturf, it's all heated, it's all whatever. This door, they paid us $60,000 to install it. Doesn't even include the door. The cost of the door. They gave us $60K to put it in.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just crazy. It's insane the amount of money that they had a ton of those things, but the super duper professional ones, which that might be, I don't know, I can't see it from here, but and they had like 100 of them in a rack, all in chargers. And I'm like, those things are $500 or $600, $1,000 each, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And who is this?
It's Corwell Health, and it's their physical therapy center, and then they do athletic stuff out there too. So they got like 300 freaking treadmills in there, and you name it. You know.
Bob
Bob,
Dipsy in the house. Yeah.
Who, Bob?
Yep, old farts.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Drink. That was a game. That was a game back in I think college. I don't know. Bob you'd watch the Bob Newhart show, and every time they said hi, Bob,
Bob.
you had to do a shot.
Hey, Bob.
They say hi, Bob, like 50 times or 30 times an episode or something. Hi,
Yeah.
Bob.
You get hammered. Sweet.
That was the one where he's a psychologist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
That was the one. Yep.
Yeah, he moved his office to a smaller town because he was going crazy in New York, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Well, it was a city, but he was Chicago.
It was
New
a big
York? I don't know.
city,
Yeah.
wherever it was.
And,
He's losing his shit, so he moved his practice to a small town.
That was the newer Bob Newhart series. You know, Bob Newhart original.
Yeah, it was a complete different series.
Yeah, it's two series.
Complete different wife and everything.
They bought a hotel.
Yeah, that was the Newhart show.
The Newhart show.
Yeah.
But wait a minute, though. I thought he was a psychologist in a small town. Because he used to be a psychologist in a big town, and he was losing his shit, so he moved.
No, the original series was set in a large city.
Yeah,
and it's actually much funnier than the newer
I'm
series.
conflating the two. Is
Yeah,
that what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean it's the
Totally
correct
different
story,
show.
but the correct story comes from a previous series. You're right.
Got you.
He left the big city, and they bought that hotel. And but I tell you, the highlight of that hotel were the other people.
Were
in
the three cousins all named Earl or whatever?
Daryl,
No,
Daryl,
Daryl.
It's
Daryl, yeah, Daryl.
Daryl, and Daryl.
Daryl, yeah.
My brother Daryl and my other brother Daryl.
Yeah.
I thought the ending though was fantastic
Oh
because
yeah.
I don't remember what happened.
he wakes up. You know, something happens in the show. I don't know. Gets it. Anyways,
Yeah,
he
he
wakes
said,
up.
"Boy, I had this weird dream." And it's
Yeah, he
Suzanne
says,
Plachette.
he says, I had this
the
weird dream that
original
I
wife.
owned. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Suzanne Plachette said something about what he ate. That I told you not to have that. But he says, yeah, I had this weird dream.
Yeah,
where,
because Suzanne Plachette wasn't his wife on the second series.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
But he wakes up at that was the final of that show.
Right.
And it really was a great ending. Best way to do
That's
it.
funny. Yeah, that they brought her in for that guest shot. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Suzanne Plachette was his wife on the original series.
On the original series.
Right.
So
And then-
they
and
put him
then,
back in their original bedroom, the original set and everything. And he sits up. I had this dream that I owned a motel in Vermont. And she says, and then she sits up and looks at us. And says, I told you not to be eating that at supper time, or something, or not to read that book or something. Yeah.
No, probably eat before bedtime.
Cheese.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, perfect.
It's Larry, Daryl, and Daryl. But I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl, and this is my other brother.
Larry, Daryl, and Daryl. Yeah.
Yeah, that was he was the highlight. Of that
Oh,
show.
and then you had.
Although the I'm sorry, Art. What?
There was the fix-you-upper guy, the repair guy. Who
I was
was
just
it?
thinking of him. Right, they're handyman.
Yeah, Tom Postman.
Poston.
That's the
Tom
actor.
Post,
Yeah, Tom Post.
Tom
Yeah.
Post. Post.
Tom Post. Yes.
Poston.
Is am I right? Is it Post? I think it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I thought it was Poston.
Could be.
You could no.
No, he could be right. It's Poston. Poston.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said
Okay.
Postman.
Oh,
at
right.
first.
yeah.
Art
Big
Postman.
rings twice.
Two dogs did.
Yeah. Iceberg, Goldberg, whatever.
What? The fuck?
Art's hilarious.
Yeah, he's no longer with us. 2007. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
and Peter Scolari was in the newer one, and he passed away a few years.
Oh, is he gone? He was the younger guy that ended up marrying the airhead was married to the airhead that worked
Yeah.
for him, right? Peter
Mhm.
Scolari.
He was
Yeah.
he was the other guy in Bosom Buddies with Tom
Some
Hanks.
buddies with Tom Hanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he ain't that old, is he?
No, he
I
won't.
guess he is.
The show with the
Bosom
hotel.
buddies.
The show with the hotel was just called Newhart.
Oh, okay.
That was the
Newhart,
whole
yeah.
name.
The first one was the Bob
Mary
Newhart
Fran
show.
was his wife. Peter Scolari was Michael Harris.
Yeah.
All right. I guess he was married to Julia Duffy, right?
Right, yeah. And she played such an idiot on that
Yeah.
show.
Mm-hmm.
George Utley. George Utley looks a lot like Tom Poston. He was on it. Jennifer Holmes, Bill Daly. I didn't remember that Bill Daly was. You know who Bill Daly is?
Isn't he the guy from I Give Him a Genie?
Yes, he is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he probably made a few guest appearances on there because he was in the original Bob Newhart
Yeah.
show.
Oh, he was. That's right. No, see, I remember that. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Right. He was Colonel. I'm not Colonel. Major.
Major. He was the other one from Major Healy.
Major Healy.
No, he was the other one. Wasn't Major Healy Master?
I was going to say Major Tom, but it's
No,
not.
no. Healy was him. It was. Wait.
Who was Master? He's a major too. They're both majors.
Major.
Yeah.
One was Major Healy and one was Major Fucktard. I can't think of his name
Oh
though.
shit.
Major disappointment.
It was Captain Healy. Captain Roger Healy. Now that was.
Oh, he was a Healy.
It
And so
wasn't-
Master was a major then.
Right.
No. The major was their boss.
I think it became major later. Alfred, Captain Corporal Bellows was I'm not Corporal. Colonel Bellows was a colonel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I met him actually.
So their boss was a colonel?
Tony Nelson. Major Nelson.
Yeah.
Major
Larry
Nelson.
Hagman was Major Nelson. Yeah.
Oh, he was a major. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was close.
And then he was on Dynasty.
Dynasty. Wow, there's a show.
Then he was
In,
KR.
what Dominic would say, Dynasty.
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 Yeah, that's my little story. When I was Hayden Rourke played Dr. Bellows, but he was a pretty recognizable guy. He was in a 1,000 movies back in the day, you know.
Right.
Bit parts,
Right,
mostly,
right.
but still pretty recognizable guy. But I was walking down the boulevard in Hasbrook Heights, New Jersey. I was a freshman in high school, or I was just entering my freshman year of high school. And I looked and I said, "Here's a guy. He needed a shave, kind of an old guy." But I look at him, I'll be damned. I said, "You're Hayden Rourke," and he stopped dead in his tracks, you know. And he said, "He goes, you know my name," because nobody knew him as Hayden Rourke. You know, I think I mean, you know, it's just another one of those actors where a specific role typecast him for the rest of his life. You know,
Right.
Everybody calls me, you know, Colonel, Colonel Bellows.
Right.
Anyway,
Wasn't he in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea too?
I'd have to look.
Not Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. The show though, where it had the little mini sub and the stupid sub.
Well, and so we talked for a minute.
Well,
But
that's
let me
what
finish
Jake's
this
heart.
way. And I had my notebook with me. So I was going to high school. I was walking to high school. Hasbrook Heights is Mile Square in New Jersey. But we actually walked to high school. And I'm walking there, and I have my notebook. And people, because I stopped him, started recognizing him. And they were asking for his autograph. So I started tearing pages. I went to school with no paper left in my notebook because everybody that came up, he'd signed his signature out of a piece of paper out of my notebook. And then he asked me my name and how to get in contact with me. And he sent me a Christmas card that year thanking me.
Ah,
Yeah.
cool.
Still have it?
He actually called me. He was actually a very nice guy. Yeah. No, I don't know. I wish I did, but no. Yeah, he was a very nice guy. But anyway, he's long.
And he called you too, did you say?
Yeah, he called me. Called me for Christmas Eve, I think it was. Yeah.
Ah,
You know, I was just
really
thinking of
wise.
you. Appreciate you. I got a Christmas card and he gave me a phone call.
Well,
So
wow.
I must
That
have had some
was
kind of
cool.
impact on him. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, because you knew his name, you know, and you recognized
And
it.
it registered with him, and you know, maybe 20 times after that, somebody came up and said Colonel Bellows. You know.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
but anyway,
Was he in? You know what I'm talking about? Where Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, or you know that show where they had the mini sub that would come out like almost every episode, the flying sub.
the flying sub came out of the Voyage of the Bottoms.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, whatever it was, not the was it the Nautilus? I don't think so. It was something like that though.
It was a big sub, and it actually had a
Seaview.
little.
Seaview or
Right.
Sea
was
something.
the name of the sub.
That was the name.
Right.
But it had a little. It spit out a little baby that could fly.
Right, and it flew. Yeah. Was he in that show too or no?
He was.
No, there's a guy that looks similar to him.
Okay.
No, that
Unless
wasn't
he
him. That
was- he
was,
might have been in the movie because there was
I
a
know who you're
movie
talking about.
first.
Right.
Yeah. With
Because I
Walter.
felt like he played the doctor or something on the show or the movie, but maybe not. I can't remember.
See, on
That
television,
show's that's so old.
his filmography is ridiculously long. I won't even go into that. But his television is quite a bit shorter. He was in The Lone Ranger, I Love Lucy, Adventures of Superman, Cheyenne. These are all TV series. Burns and Allen Show.
Yeah.
These are all guest stars, you know. Oh, it was
Right,
a
right,
regular
right.
guest of Mr. Adams and Eve, Steve Canyon, Perry Mason, The Twilight Zone, A Penny for Your Thoughts is Mr. Skies, Target, The Corruptors. That sounds terrible. 1961. The Beverly Hillbillies. He was a guest on that. The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. I Dream of Jeannie, of course. Cannon and The Love Boat. But these were most of them they were just guest shots. He was actually a film actor. His film. I wouldn't even begin to start reading all this shit. He was on a lot. He was in a lot of movies.
Yeah, back in the day, man, that was norm, wasn't it? They they didn't get paid like they get paid now, so they did a shit ton of stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, that was when typically when the movies start drying up or the roles start getting crappy, then they're still a big name at that point. You got to time that right, and they would get into
Yeah.
television and still make good
Yeah.
money. You know, it depends who you were.
I,
You
I
know,
think the
depend-
guy you're thinking of is Richard Basehart, who played the Admiral.
Ooh, Richard Basehart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he was in a crap ton of stuff too.
Yes,
He's
he
in like
was.
a freaking crap ton of those World War II movies.
Right. But
And he's probably
that's who you're probably
Atari.
thinking
What was
of.
that Jeep? Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's who you're probably thinking of instead
You're
of
probably
the
right.
Major. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was in that cool ass Jeep show where they were in the desert or some shit. Doctari or something. I forget what it's called. I just watch all that crap.
I just looked, and all those television spots I read to you, only one of them was a
Party
regular.
with the African jungle.
Only one of them was a regular cast member besides I Dream of Jeannie, and that was
Oh, was it the jungle?
Mr. Adams
Yeah.
and Eve.
Are you thinking of Rat Patrol?
No Patrol. Yeah.
No, he wasn't in that one.
Nah, he wasn't in that. Yeah.
I liked Rat Patrol.
Yeah, man. The shows are fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I sent you a couple other things. Bill.
I'm sorry. What did you? Okay, I was looking at Mr.
Yeah.
Adams and Eve because I don't remember that. I don't remember that series. It was on 1957, 1958. He was a regular on that. That's the only other place he was a regular besides I Dream of Jeannie.
What was that? Like a detective show? Sounds like a detective show.
no,
Like they
it's
were
a husband and
private
wife.
detectives or something?
Husband and wife, Adam and Eve.
Oh.
Adams and Eve, whatever. Anyway, yeah, it looks typical. He was probably opposing I Love Lucy, I'd imagine.
So it was a comedy show?
Yeah.
I think on that show he was like Fred Mertz, you know.
No.
William Frawley. Okay, I got you. Oh, look at that. Okay, let's share that. When boom. Bucky's.
Bucky's. Yep.
Bucky's. Check out how much it charges.
There's all, yeah.
Yeah, I don't trust companies that advertise it like that. They've
don't
done that. They've
trust
done
it.
that up here at certain chains. They'll have a sign out front and they'll put that money there. But to get that money, you have to last with them for X amount of time, and they get rid of you before you get to that. Yeah, and on top of it, you'll end up working part time. You won't get the full 30. You need like 32 hours or 35 hours to qualify for benefits, and you never get them. My wife has told me that because there's restaurant chains. Who had it? Who had that out there? Was it
Taco Bell.
Yeah,
Taco
Bell
Bell's
had it out there.
famous for that.
And it was nice. It was nice pay. It wasn't that, but it was really good pay. And I was like, I'm tempted to go talk to these guys. And she said no. She said because she's in restaurants. I'm not. And she actually had people come to Golden Corral where they make shit for managers, by the way, because they didn't make any money over there because that's what they were playing that game. Unions used to do that all the time. I knew guys that used to used to get involved with unions, and they'd buy their boats and get all ready, and before, because you don't get right in the union and you're paying them too on top of it. The union's getting your dues whether you're in or not because you're an initiate, and then just before you actually get accepted 100% into the union, they drop you. Might be 90 days, whatever. So they get, even if it's 30 days, they would get 30 to 90 days of labor out of that particular person and just dump them. Yeah. So it was their way of not paying union wages, because with that came a pay raise, obviously. Yeah, they're paying pretty damn good. Assistant general manager, 125. Yeah, it's way above normal for the business.
Lon, you were thinking like Major Hadley had played on Voice of the Bottom of the Sea, but we figured that out.
Food service manager,
here's something.
150 to 175. That's insane.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's really high.
But
most general managers in chain restaurants don't make that. Not even close.
Also have to live near a Bucky's.
I will just have to check out Bucky's. They're opening a brand new Bucky's in Fort Pierce, Florida. Right up
Cool.
the road. Yeah.
Anyways, Barbara Eden played in the Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea movie in 1961.
Right.
So there's your
Mhm.
connection to Major Hadley and
There
Voyage
you
to the
go.
Bottom of the Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the video I sent
Okay,
you?
let me look. I don't know. You send me so much shit. I lose
And
track.
Walter Pigeon played the part that the other guy we were talking about.
Admiral
Yeah,
Admiral
the
Nelson.
Admiral
Yeah.
Nelson. Walter
Mhm.
Pigeon played Admiral Nelson in the movie.
How'd you like the TV show, the remake, the reboot from like what, the 90s?
Oh, that was Sequest.
That
Yeah,
was
Sequest.
Yeah.
Sequest.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
all right.
It had
Alexis,
Joe
is there audio that we need to hear or no?
No, it's
Okay.
just Jets. Blue
Yeah,
Angels.
no, okay. But I just thought maybe there might be some
There's
audio
no music.
because I'd have to. Never mind. It's,
No,
all right.
there's no
not
music.
necessarily music. Maybe commentary. Okay.
No.
Actually, let's see if we do this. Hey, there we are.
This is from the Wings over South Texas Air
I want it
Show
bigger.
today.
Oh, bigger.
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 Oh my goodness.
No, we don't want you.
Like that.
Yeah.
Shut
Ooh, cool.
Not bad for Navy boys.
And you took this video with your phone?
No, this is the Filipino
But
family.
they took it with their phone?
Next.
Flying the jets?
Yeah.
Good job.
Oh.
They're flying the jet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go to the Philippines every
You let her.
afternoon, you
Yeah,
know.
her Filipino neighbors actually are stunt pilots for the Navy. Yeah.
Well, they travel to the Philippines every afternoon, you know, to get supplies and stuff. You know.
Right. Yeah.
Visit Artie's family. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and say hi to Tanner's. Yep. Stop off at their house.
Who?
The Tanners, James Tanner.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
My PI Dreams, that guy.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's he doing?
Doing good.
Yep. Good.
Not doing as many videos as he used to. Yeah.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. I'm just going to share a great deal from Amazon. Something that all of us probably use. In fact, I would say we do.
Lube?
2032 batteries.
Right.
All your car remotes. I mean, they're used in so many different things. I've done a little bit of research as to what the best button battery brand is. Toshiba seems to beat them out.
Right. Yeah. That makes
For
sense.
some reason. Toshiba, then maybe Duracell, then Energizers, whatever. Anyway, I did a lot of research, and then I looked online. You can get 10 of these things. Now, I took one off the bottom here already.
Yeah.
But there's 2 5s. They give you 10 of them for $5.60 something cents on Amazon.
Wow.
That's not bad.
So there you go.
That's
There's my
a good price.
deal of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Something we can all take advantage of.
Yeah.
It's
wonder
good
if
to
those
keep
will
using
fit
your
my
car. You know, it's very annoying when your remote battery dies.
Well,
Right.
I'm thinking
Your prefob dies. I mean,
if
you
they
know.
fit my pacemaker, I can save the money. You know.
Well, I'm sure they got smaller ones.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
if you have the
Or
PC.
just buy a bigger pacemaker.
Buy a bigger pacemaker. I don't have a pacemaker, by the way.
Well, when you get one, make sure the 2032s.
Yeah, 2032. That's what I'll tell them. I need it where I can change it myself.
The one with the plutonium modulator.
Change it yourself. Yeah.
Your garage door
Yeah, you know how much they
opener.
charge you to change a battery in your pacemaker? That's ridiculous. Tens of thousands of dollars. Just make it, put it right there, a little flap that you can lift up, change it.
Just make it MagSafe. Have like the thing right here, just go poof.
Yeah.
And they can charge you like a toothbrush.
There you go. Yeah.
Tony Stark have something like that.
All right, you know what else these are used for, right?
Vibrators?
Your PC.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
They're the batteries inside an air
Although,
tank.
although some use 2025s, I don't know why, but 2032 is
Yeah.
very
Those are
commonly
pretty
used.
standard. Yeah.
That's
All
why
your
I
remotes, anyway.
Replace the one in that. And
They're the same batteries they use in an air tag, and that
In a
25
what?
and 32 is the thickness of the battery. That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
AirTag. Yeah.
Right. It describes. It's like an 1860. What is it? 18. What do you get? What the fuck is this thing for vapes and for flashlights and for 18? Anyway,
18650.
650.
18650. 650 is the length. 18 is the width millimeters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I have one that actually has a 21 650 in it because it's the little bigger size and it lasts longer. But anyway, there you go. Something you learned today. We learned so much stuff today. But 2032s are very common. And the only reason I did that is because I did a print on my 3D printer of these Christmas trees the one year. I know I
Right.
showed them on my channel. And what they actually had a printed screw-in bottom, like a piggy bank kind of bottom,
Right.
and you would put one of those votive battery powered candles inside because you could see it through the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I bought a bunch of those little candle things, and they had these cheap Chinese batteries in them, and they only lasted a couple of days. So I said, "Oh, let's look into what the best batteries are for 2032." And then I found that deal. That's freaking rocking. You buy like one of these, Walgreens. It's like $6.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
So there you go. That's your deal of the day from Amazon.
Yeah. But it's like the light that I use in here. It's just a little LED light. Comes with batteries and everything. And you get a dozen of them for $5.99 over at the hobby shop or craft store. And just put them in there, and now I've got a glowy stone.
Glowy stone.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope these ones I just got are good, because the ones I got before, just so you know, you got to watch where they're made. Even though it's a Japanese company, they don't make them.
Of course.
I believe they have Vietnamese batteries. I forget what country it was. That's what the old ones were. These were made in PRC.
Oh. Yeah.
People's Republic of China. It says right on it, made in PRC. It's like they're hiding where they're.
Yeah.
Pretty funny how the tariffs didn't make these expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the popes are being here.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. A lot of people claim the Vatican is corrupt. So where does the first American pope come from? Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah, I wonder what that cost.
The irony.
The irony of it, yeah. Well, they're
It
hoping
cost
to clean up
$1
their
billion
bankrupt.
it cost $1 billion to become president. So who knows what the hell it cost to become pope?
Well, Bob, just so you know, we cured world hunger. We cured world hunger, and AIDS is no longer an issue. So have at it.
Yeah.
Yep.
We fixed everything.
What's tied 2-2? What's he watching?
The Knights versus the Oilers, probably.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll be ice hockey.
Yeah.
It would be hockey in Vegas, so it'd be the Knights versus the Oilers.
Yeah, hockey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the Avs seem to have blown a epic. They were ahead 2-0 in the third period, and they lost 3-2. And that's only happened 4 times in playoff history, where a team came back from 2-point deficit or 3-point deficit to win.
3-game deficit, 2-game deficit, you mean?
Well, no, it was tied going into into the final game. And the Avs were up, and so they just rolled over, and the guy that scored the winning goal was the guy the Avs traded away.
To who?
Yeah. The Avs
Avalanche?
Yep, they traded this guy to the Dallas.
Some of us don't keep up with that enough to know what the Avs are.
He keeps saying the Avs. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah.
Hockey.
Yeah. Well, no, I figured it out after a minute because you're from Colorado. kept seeing the Avs, so then I knew it was the Avalanche. But it took me a minute. I ain't gonna lie. Took me a minute.
Yeah. Not
Well, I
everybody is
noticed the Red
interested in
Wings
sports.
aren't in it.
Yeah, well, you can't win every year.
Would you like me to show you another really great deal on Amazon?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so I installed these little cameras. You can install them on a shelf, or you can
Right. Right.
and you snap it. So, and you can also install them inverted, like on your ceiling.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So while I was in Houston, and I've got one over the duck pen, and I got one over the duck pond,
Do they have to be plugged in or are they battery?
plugged in.
Yeah.
So anyway, so let me just unplug this. Okay, so you put these on your phone. I've got 3 of them here, right?
Right.
Haven't installed this one, obviously, but this is the living room downstairs. I just caught 2 of the dogs fighting, and I went downstairs and put them in their kennels because I thought, oh, here comes another vet bill, right? But you touch it, you turn your phone sideways.
Oh, yeah.
Want to make me big bill? I'll be quick. Okay, so there's my cats, and there's Mama Raven laying over here.
Right. Right.
So if you go, you can move the camera. You can move it this way. You can move it that way.
Oh, that is nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's smacking their lips into the microphone?
Who knows?
Ain't me.
Somebody chewing gum, I think.
You could go like
Yeah, aggravating the shit out of me.
All right, so I'll be quick. But anyway, you can move them all around. You can do a 360. And let me get rid of the.
Just kidding. That was me that time.
So you can see the dogs in their kennels.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
There you go.
Wow.
If you want, if you look over here, there's a little microphone, and you can talk to them.
Talk to them. That's what I was going to ask next.
And I
Yeah.
was talking to the animals, and they were like looking around, like, "Who the heck?" It's pretty cool. It gives you date and time, and then
You yell into it. Stop eating each other.
I wish I would have seen who bit Jenny, but you can do a 360 mode from there.
Wow.
For $70, you get unlimited. I'm going to close this now, but you don't have to keep me big.
$70 for a what? A year?
$70 a year for unlimited cloud storage, and it records
Really?
24/7.
Wow. That is cheap.
For how many devices?
Each device.
Oh, per device. Oh,
Not these things. Or when I bought them, they were $25, $24.99. I think they're up.
What brand are they?
The brand is really weird, so I'm going to spell it. It's
Y-Link or something?
That's a lot per device like that.
So if you go to Amazon and search for AOSU, how you pronounce that is your guess as good as mine.
AOS.
Auzu.
Yeah. You might want to look at Wise. Wise is cheap too, and I got pan and scans that pan and scan the whole time to go back and forth. You can set them to stop and look whatever directions you want. You set like waypoints on them, and they spend the whole day doing this.
You know,
you know, looking around,
the
and if
story
they see
behind
something,
Wise?
then they track. Hmm?
Yeah,
Do you know the story behind Wise?
Up to like 10 devices, I think. I have $100. It's $100 a year.
I looked into getting Wise, but when I loaded the app onto my phone, it says that the app isn't supported in Europe.
That's too bad.
Use them.
Yeah, too bad because they're cheap too. I've seen them for $20 or whatever. The ones I got were like 30, and they've been hanging out for got a year or better now. And like I said, the camera does this all day long, and then if it sees something, then it starts tracking it.
The guy who
Until
started
it leaves.
Wise,
Uh-huh.
his daughter, he used to have his daughter when she was like 6 years old. She had this beautiful voice, and they started out on YouTube, and he would play the guitar and she would sing, and she just had this amazing voice, and she started getting followers, and they started making money. So they took some of the money, and because he wanted to, they took that money and invested it, and he started the Wise company.
Oh yeah, they're out of Seattle or somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, and started out with they started out as YouTubers, and then he came up with the idea of doing something besides YouTube in case as a backup. And the
Right.
first time I ever saw Wise camera was on one of his live shows with his daughter, and they introduced the Wise cameras then.
Huh.
And yeah,
Yeah, I have their scale. I have, geez, about 10 of their cameras, I bet you.
yeah,
They even had a remote control car that ran off their they ran off one of their cameras, and you can
Right.
control it with your phone, and you can run it around your house to look at shit. If
Oh,
if you
cool.
think something's going on by your front door, you can run the car up to your front door and look.
I think he wanted a camera because of his daughter's fame on YouTube at the time. This was God 6-7 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And he wanted
Yeah.
something, to have security. So he couldn't find anything he thought was priced reasonably. So he came up with his own design, the first one sold for $19 is what they
Yep.
originally started out.
Yep. They're super duper cheap, and they got a
Yeah.
doorbell. They got a doorbell. They got a
Oh yeah, they've
Bluetooth
got
lock.
everything now. Yeah.
Yeah, lock. They got lamps. They got a vacuum cleaner. They got, like I said, they got the scale.
Yeah. I just bought blinks for my house. I got the blink. I had what's the one everybody gets the doorbell, the one
Ring.
Ring.
I had that, and the battery was a pain in the ass. So it was always running down. It was like,
Well, I have rings, but I have them wired into the house. So
right. Yeah. See,
That's
I
the
didn't
way to
wire
go
mine
with
in.
rings.
It's got battery backup, but
Yeah,
it's always
yeah.
at 100%. All I had to do was I had it powered. It's pretty easy. I had a powered doorbell to begin with, so I already
Right,
have
right.
it. So you don't need to buy their transformer or anything. You just hook it
Yeah.
up to your doorbell battery, and then the one in the driveway is obviously powered to where I used to have a flood lamp. A motion
right.
sensor flood lamp. So it does the same thing, but it's a camera. Actually, I was wrong. $100 a year, as many Ring devices as you want for $100 a year for the
Okay.
cloud service. Yeah, it's not bad. It's 30
Yeah,
bucks.
Wise has that too.
30 bucks for one, $100 for all of them. Yeah. So, but I mean, you pay more up front for the devices themselves. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah. And
you see like really nice shit, and they're cheap. It's like, wow, what a deal! But their plan is more money. And what's nice about Blink, you don't even have to have
TV turned on. You turn the TV off. That's weird.
with Blink, you don't have to have a plan,
have a plan.
right? Because you can buy a base unit, and it
Right.
stores all your video on that.
Yeah.
You
I bought
have a plan with
I
this.
bought one base unit for the doorbell, and then I bought I didn't know it came with the base unit, but then I bought a 5-pack of cameras, and it came with base unit. So I've got 2 base units in my house, and I still have, I think, 2 cameras I still haven't put up yet. So
You only technically need one base
only
unit,
need one. Yeah. Yeah.
but you could store more by using 2, I'd imagine.
Right. Yeah. You can.
Yeah.
And
No,
have
it's
my-
supposed to be pretty good. I mean, beyond that, I watched videos that showed quality, and Ring did good.
yeah.
I'm
it's not
sorry,
4K, but
Blink did good. Ring might have done better on the low light or whatever. Whatever, you know what I mean? I was just looking at, well,
Yeah.
spend the money one time, and I'm one of those that spends more time researching than I actually do using whatever it is.
right. Like I said, I started out with the Ring doorbell, but then and my son James, he was buying Ring cameras because he liked their pricing for what he wanted to do, and I thought, I need to upgrade my cameras, and so I went and I ended up buying the Blinks just because the package, I don't know, is 100.
No, they're good. They're cheaper.
Yeah, and they're cheaper, but
Yeah, and they're readily
do
available.
what I want them to
They're
do.
They're sold where? Home Depot or something, I think.
Yeah,
Or,
they also sold at Home Depot. Yeah.
Yeah, they sell them, and I think they sell them. No, they don't sell them at. Yeah, I think Home Depot is where I bought them.
Best Buy sells Ring. They got a whole big.
Yeah, and so does Lowe's.
But Best Buy has the Blink cameras, and like I said, I checked them, and they did well too.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy a plan with this either. You can actually
Oh, there you go.
Oh, so yeah, you can put
so you can put your own SD card in
SD card in there. Yeah.
and you don't have to buy their plan.
Yeah.
Well, that's access.
Don't start, Art.
Can you? And would you still be able to access it over the internet for free?
Yeah, as far as I know, but I just buy the plan. So
I know you.
Yeah,
I know
the
you
plan.
can with
I mean,
the
without
Blink.
the plan,
with
I don't know if you can
module.
access it remotely.
Yeah. Now, see, I dropped the plan on mine for a while, and I could still access all my videos on my modules. So that was what was nice about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just accessing your network at your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a crap ton of these things. And then Blink sells a pan and scan too, but it doesn't. I have pan and scan Blinks too, but they don't. They don't do this. You got to do like she was doing, where you can move it.
Right.
Right.
You mean they don't automatically scan?
No.
This does have
like
a 360 feature. You just push the button and it goes everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Does it have a motion
like-
sensor? Where it'll actually point at something it sees
And it has
moving?
a sound detector. I got 200, and it will call your phone. I got 299 phone calls from my ducks.
No, when I say motion sensor, I mean does the camera recognize motion and then
Yes.
point at it?
Yeah.
You start tracking it.
Right.
I see. And then, like I said, you can move it around if you want to.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You can change what it looks at. So. Pretty sweet though. The stuff they came out with, I remember I used to do this kind of work. I used to do access controls and security. And what you used to pay to get a camera installed, just 2-3 cameras installed and a DVR. You're talking thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? For you to mess around, so nobody could afford it, but well-to-do people. But now you get on Amazon, just like she was saying, and get 3 or 4 cameras and have them hooked up in a couple minutes. It's the same thing with home security. There's no reason to spend a ton of money on home security anymore. I used to work for ADT back in the day. We used to fleece people for that $50 a month or whatever the hell it was, and thousands of dollars to install it. And you can do it yourself.
The annoying thing about ADT is when you stop paying them, you can't access your control panel through the phone anymore.
Bill, I'm going to take off. I'm really getting sleepy here. So,
getting to that time.
Okay.
Thanks. It was a lot of fun. Great seeing you guys. Alexis, you're in my prayers, you and Jeff.
Thank you.
Hope everything works out for you. Take
Thank
care, everybody. Good night. Oh, and Alexis, happy Mother's Day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Because you're mom to those dogs and Jeff. So take care, everybody, and good night.
Good night. Thank you, honey.
It hurts a peach.
Yeah, the pan tilt indoor cam from Ring is $80. And
Yeah.
And you can control that. I might get one. That's not that bad. It's pretty cheap,
No.
actually.
Compared to back in the day.
I wouldn't mind having one with the dogs, or 2.
Yeah.
One in the front room and one in the garage.
Yeah, it's a judgment call. The wise one, the Blink, by the way, the new Blink cameras, Lloyd's gone. If he has a newer generation, you can buy the pan base. Now that I think about it, you can buy the pan base and connect it to the Blink camera. You can buy the base by itself.
Oh, okay.
The pan base, and then you connect it to the Ring camera or the Blink camera, and then you get that. You can now, like I said, it doesn't automatically track though, unfortunately, but you can point it. You know what I mean? If you get a notification or whatever, then you can point it.
This thing doesn't track either. It would just give you an alert, and then you can control it.
You can control it after the
set it
fact.
to automatically go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But you know what? With the dogs in the house, you'd be getting alerts constantly, like Alexis said.
Yeah. You can have it. Some of them are good enough where you can teach it to ignore certain things.
Right. Yeah, mine's always going off at night. Starts out in my front yard, and then it goes over to where I have pointed down where my vehicles are at. It's always going off because there's a feral cat that likes to come out, about midnight, and he comes walking through, and it picks him up, and you can see him on there. So
We had a huge storm come through. It started came up from the Gulf of America, hit Corpus Christi, went up the coast, hit Houston where we were, and then the front pushed through, pulled everything out to the Gulf, and then went into Louisiana. When I got home, we had this I don't know what the heck they call them. It's like a tent structure that you can put the walls on, but I always leave the walls off because it is windy here, being a coastal town. But this storm had 90-mile-an-hour winds, and it bent the metal and flattened part of it and ripped up all the tent. I mean, it was insane. I came home and I was like, I asked the Filipino family, didn't you notice that? And they go, no, we never even looked back there. I'm like, whoa. So, I mean, it was crazy. There's part of it.
Gazebo.
Yeah. Not really a gazebo, but
like a lean-to or something.
The other structure on this side, that's the duck pen. It's actually like a kennel, but half of that white thing there is missing. And then my biofilter that went to the pond, we had so much rain, the grass and the weeds grew.
Yeah,
laying on the ground.
cold day and it rained all day again.
That thing is huge. And all the hoses and stuff that you have to hook up. And then that thing is a waterfall. So it just pumped up all the water from the duck pond. Fortunately, we didn't have anything in it. All that nice water went, 625 gallons got pumped out into the grass.
Oh, crap.
Well, I needed
the grass to grow good.
Oh, yeah. Plus we had a lot of rain from the storm.
Don, it's good to see you. I forgot to mention yesterday, the peanut butter whiskey I'm drinking is Bird Dog. They finally have Bird Dog at my Total Wine and More. So I just thought I'd let him know that he's right. This is probably the best. Just thought I'd tell you. Steam powered ring. Okay.
Yeah. So we lost Art and we lost Mark. What happened to Mark?
He'll be back.
Oh.
He does that every so often.
Yeah. Will Art be back?
No, he said goodnight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn it, I missed it.
3, 4.
No, he said, I'm really tired. I'm falling asleep. I'm going to go.
Yeah, he started. I yawned and he started yawning the first of the show, and then I started yawning. It's like
I'm starting to wake up. I'm so tired. I think I'm waking up.
I forgot Art was even here, so it's all right.
Yeah, it was quiet. He was quiet.
You know, some of us are just talkers, and some of us are thinkers. Like Dominic, you're a thinker.
I'm a listener.
He's deep.
I was going to say
Dominic
you're
is
a
deep.
thinker, but you didn't want to go there. You're a listener. You're not necessarily thinking about anything.
My mother used to say, still water.
You're a thinker. I'm sorry, please, Alexis, I interrupted you. Please.
My mother used to say about Jeff, because he's a real quiet person, but she used to say, still waters run deep. In other words, he's a deep thinker. Very intelligent man.
I'm not intelligent, but I play one on YouTube.
Well,
no, you don't.
Does this make you look smarter?
Yeah, I think you're a smart guy, especially when you do the wash. You do it very smartly. We're all very intelligent people. I wouldn't invite dum-dums in here.
Jeff is really intelligent when it comes to medical. I mean, like super intelligent. He's like a walking PDR physician desk crusher. I mean,
It's good to know since he does it for a living, and people's lives depend on it. That's good.
Well, now that he's a patient, when the doctors come in, they're trying to dumb it down. So it's like, and I go, wait. And Jeff won't say anything. So I'll say, look, he's been practicing medicine for 45 years. You can use all the lingo you want. He'll understand. Oh, what are you? Physician assistant. Oh, wow. Okay.
All right.
Okay, just briefly, it's just sitting here. Oh, wait a minute. Is it live? Yeah. There's a, oh, wait a minute. I can't see what I'm doing. There's a wise one.
Okay.
Wise says, I
Yeah.
got, and I don't know if it moved yet. Yeah, there you go. See?
Yeah, there it goes.
It's
Yeah.
scanning the
Cool.
room like all the time. And then if it happened to see, there we go. If it happened to see anything, it would start following it.
There's Lon's famous couch.
Yep.
Cool. And as you can see over his shoulder, they have twin beds or full, more than one bed.
Oh, look at Billy. He's over there trying to sleep.
No, he's
all snuggled up.
Billy
to
doesn't
bed.
sleep, man. Billy edits like 20 hours a day. He's editing on the plane.
Is that what
He's
he's
at the
doing right
airport. He
now?
edits and
Did he just put me off?
Yeah, he's editing right now. For real. He's got his MacBook open right now.
I
He's
saw his
editing.
name come up, and it looked like he flipped us off.
Oh, he might have. I don't know. I wasn't looking at him. But yeah, he edits
I'm gonna have
constantly.
to go back and watch that replay here in a little bit.
Yeah, and just on a side note, it's so funny when people, because I've heard people disparage him and even Ken, and you got everything handed to you, or you think you're hot shit or whatever. They have no idea how many hours these guys work.
Who said that?
Dipshit. I've heard it many times.
I've never heard that.
I've
heard
Billy
that
since
Billy's
living in his parents'
smart and
basement,
works hard. I've heard Ken.
Yeah.
Same thing about Ken.
Yeah, same way.
Except the only difference between the two of them is one has a temper. I will not.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Ken works freaking 7 days a week, man. Billy wakes up and picks up that damn laptop, dude.
I've honestly never heard that horse. I've honestly never heard that horse shit.
I've heard it quite a few times because I've gone off on people. They'll go on his channel and make these little comments and shit like that. Like certain people that shall not be named, but they used to worship drones, let's say. I used to say stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it's horseshit.
Yeah,
People work.
ridiculous.
People work hard. People work hard and they get what they should. Well,
I remember when Ken
hopefully
and
they
Billy
get
were doing their shows, and they started. They were doing their. Matter of fact, Mel and I started using the software that they were trying out because I liked the way they looked, and so I bought one, and then Mel bought his. And every time they had a show, well, I'd do a super chat for Billy to go buy him some Capri Sun because he wasn't old enough to drink booze, so all he could drink was. So I said, here's $5 for Billy to get him another Capri Sun.
Capri Sun. Or a drink pouch.
Well,
What
that's
they call
what he
those?
drank. He drank those drink pouches with Capri in them, so the Capri Suns, yeah. So that was the super chats I'd usually give to his or Ken's channel, yeah.
I've heard that a lot. There's a lot of that jealousy thing that goes on. Let's say there's another person that said that a bunch of times, and he might have been fined by a certain government agency for a lot of money.
Hey, Chris.
That guy said that kind of
Again.
crap a lot too.
Yeah, again, you look at the
source.
Yeah.
I've been in this for twice as long as so and so, blah 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 blah. They don't deserve their fame or they don't deserve their success or whatnot.
I've been doing this since I think 8 years now. 8 or 9, I can't remember now. But I still haven't broke 1,000, but I don't care because I don't work hard at what I don't work hard at this. I just have fun doing this.
That's my driveway. There's the scooter covered up. This is the ring. Here, let's put the light on. Boink.
Oh, that's what I had to do. I'm about to turn my light off now.
It's pretty
dark.
I tell you, it does well in low light. It's pretty freaking dark out there. Watch this. Turn the light off. And No, it did better. There you go.
It takes
And then
a
the
second.
infrared.
Yeah.
Oh, you see that little critter go by right there?
Yeah.
So anyway, and
Is that a blink or is that a ring?
This is
It's a ring.
That's the one over the driveway, and then this is the one over the. I mean, by the doorbell.
Up by the porch.
The doorbell.
Right.
Yeah.
By the wash.
Looking
No,
for
Ring makes a good camera. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, they
It's
do.
just that the cost is what turns a lot of people around. Although they've come way down for sure. Ring has come way down from what it used to be.
Oh yeah.
Nest did too. Nest got bought by Google and they're a lot cheaper now too.
I think the first Ring doorbell I got was like $250 for it. You know, it's like
Oh yeah.
No, I think I paid $80 for this doorbell one. This thing was in the driveway was a lot more. It was like 2.5, I think. I mean,
they're
it's
still up
cool.
there.
Yeah, it is. It was at the time. I don't know if it still is. I mean, it's a light as well, and it's and plus you got features. Well, same features with that one. You can actually talk. I could turn on a siren. But
when they deliver my meals, sometimes I'll order, from one of the restaurants or something, and they deliver it, and I hit that when they set it down. I hit that thing. I said, that mic. I said, "Thank you," and they're like, "You're welcome," because they're looking around for the cash. Scared the hell out of them a couple times. They're like, "Oh, okay."
Well, Ring, remember Shark Tank? Ring, the guy that invented Ring actually went on Shark Tank and they shit on him. And they said, "Nah, nobody's ever gonna buy that. Get out of here with that garbage. With that garbage."
Really? Is that true?
Yes, it's absolutely true.
Yeah,
that's absolutely true.
I think I remember the episode.
studied it.
Was that
Yeah,
the
they
same
all
as
but
how
threw him
Dragon
out.
was dead?
That's insane.
Oh, his name is.
I'm gonna buy.
Yeah,
that
there's
tape.
about 5 of those.
Jaime
Seminoff. Yeah, Seminoff. Yeah, there's about 10 of those from
studied
Shark
that.
Tank. Yeah, the guy that invented wine in a glass. Retail wine in a glass. That guy too. They kicked him off the show basically. Told him his idea was stupid. It was never going to go anywhere.
Yeah, there's been a few of them gone through, and now
Yeah.
they're like, well, and they come on, like one of them comes on Fox Business, and he'll come on there and say, I may have missed the boat on that one. I may have been wrong.
Oh, you're talking about Mr. Wonderful?
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, he's Canadian. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a couple
Well, that
of those where
explains
they
it,
go, oh. They go, oh, after the fact. They go, oh.
Yeah, like, oops.
Maybe. I think Uber. No, Uber. Was it Lyft? No. Was it Uber? And maybe not. Maybe I'm reaching
Uber.
out. Was it Uber? Was on the show too, and they basically kicked him out?
Yeah.
Who's got to pay for this crap? Have you not heard of the taxi
because
cab?
he was showing the app, and I remember that episode. He showed the app and everything. So you got to call somebody, and some strangers in their own family car is going to come pick. That just doesn't make any sense. That's just
Nobody's
who's
going to
gonna
do
pay for
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's going to do that? Where are you going to get the people to drive their own car as a taxi? No way.
I'm buying one of those pan tilt indoor cam things. They're $80. They automatically gave me a Protect subscriber discount of 10% to $72 and free shipping.
From Ring?
Free, huh? Yeah.
Oh, it's
well, I'm not trying to, I'm just saying though.
It's because I'm already
The blink, you can buy 4 of the blinks for that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man.
Yeah.
And they're battery op at that.
4 blink indoor tilting.
Oh, probably the interior. Well, yeah. Not this time of year. Never mind. Go ahead and get the Ring.
No,
not this time of year. Around Christmas time.
A full tilt camera, indoor camera.
Yeah. I bought 3 of them for less than $100. I know for a fact it was less than $100 for 3 of them.
$72 with free shipping. I mean, it's a good deal. I'm buying it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, right now, the Blink Mini Pan Tilt is $39.
Yep, $39. Around Christmas time, it was like 3 of them for like $100. Because I bought them, and then I bought the brand new exterior. I had the outdoor one before. Now they have the outdoor ones, and then you get a battery pack that goes on them, so you have double the batteries on them now. Right. So they last longer because they're supposed to last like 2 years.
2 years,
Dream
yeah.
on.
Yeah, that's what they.
Dream on my ass.
That's what I've. That's well, yeah.
Hey, Chris.
If you don't have them on,
Yeah, don't have them on the last 2 years. Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Chris,
and then they have
oh,
that.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
no, nephew,
Everybody
how
say
you
hi to
doing?
Bye,
Chris.
Chris. Are we saying hi or bye?
I'm saying hi. He just got here.
No, he's been here for a minute.
Yeah, and he
I don't
said,
know. He's at
he said,
11:04.
Uncle,
He
hello,
said
hello,
evening.
Chris.
Here at 11:04. He said evening Bill. So that
Okay.
indicates to me he just got here.
Yeah.
I have this settings showing what time these people comment. You know.
I can see it too, man. It says
Yeah,
11:04.
fine.
Evening, Bill.
You have to select. Yeah, but you see what time he said it?
Yeah, 11:04. And at
There you
11:04, he said hi to everyone.
Right.
11:05, Don said something. I can see it.
Well, he got here like 7 minutes ago.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I did one of these
Yeah.
for him when he said hi to me because you were talking, I believe, at the time.
Hopefully, I'll get up early enough in the morning I could see him tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch his.
No, they all do really well, but I give it to Ring, though. I think Ring is probably, of all the easy to buy, you can just dance in the Lowe's or some damn where and buy them or order them online.
Yeah.
They're probably the best. They're just more expensive. You
I
know,
don't,
you
I
get
don't
what
care
you
best
pay
or not.
for.
I'm already committed. I have 2 Ring devices. I gotta stay with it. You know.
Yeah,
They're
that's why I
probably
got
the
Blink
best.
right now. And
I don't know.
that's what my son did. He started getting he didn't want to order online because that's the only way you could get the Blinks at the time around here in Muskogee. So he went with the Rings, and like he says, well, yeah, that's a better deal, Dad. He says, you're a lot better off than I am. He says, but I've committed and I've already bought 5 cameras plus a doorbell. So, I'm kind of,
It's reliable.
I'm in now.
You know, the
Yeah, I'm in
system's
now.
reliable. The system's reliable. It's never down. I'm not saying the other ones aren't reliable as well, but I have no complaints. You know.
Wise used to be pretty iffy, and they're a little bit better now. But I've had my ups and downs with Wise, quite frankly. I also got the Wise. They have like little lights that are motion and they're magnetic. So I have them running down my hallway. And when you trip one, they all light up. It's kind of cool. So the one lights up and then my whole hallway goes. I've got like 11 of them.
WYZE.
Yeah.
They've been around
They
a
sell
long
a ton of
time.
crap.
yeah.
They've been around.
They sell a lot of shit.
That company's been around a long time.
Yeah.
I recall we had either a 286. I think it was a Wise. They used to make PCs, I believe, if I'm remembering that correctly. It was a
I
long
don't
time.
think so. That guy, Lloyd's right. That guy started the company like
started
a
on
few years
YouTube.
ago. Yeah, he lives in Seattle. He used to live in Seattle anyway. It's like him
used
and
to
like
do
3 of
videos
his
with
friends
him
or
and his
something like
daughter.
that. Yeah. Right now the company consists of him and like 2 other guys and they have everything made in China, obviously, just like everybody else.
Right. But
So
There's Wise Labs. They started in 2017.
Yeah.
But that's maybe that's not what I'm thinking of.
It's 8 years ago.
Yeah. So I was about right. Yeah.
Yeah. Lloyd, you're absolutely right. Yeah. I remember when they first came out.
Well, I
It was
remember seeing the video.
revolutionary. You could buy a goddamn camera, home security camera for $20.
$20. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, what? No fucking way.
And I almost bought into them. I should have, but of course, and now they've gone, God, all over the place. Like you said, the lights that light. They got all.
I got lights. I got scale. I can tell you what I've weighed for the last. If I weighed myself every day, I could tell you. They give you an index and then your body fat index and all that crap.
I just look at my waistline. If I can still get into my pants, and I know what
I got the name wrong. Yeah, it wasn't Wise though. It was something else.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Well, there were so many computer companies back.
Oh yeah,
then.
there's a lot of them came out.
They came and went.
On like Gateway.
I had a Gateway. I won a Gateway.
Yeah, but it was fun though. I mean, it was just like everybody wanted in, and it was just deals after deals. I paid so much money when I bought my. I mean, I had it. I worked on 8086s to do publishing. Believe it or not, with my friends. And then we had a 286 for my stepdaughter. My son had a 386. We got rid of that. We gave that to her, I think. And then he got a 486. That was like a big deal. Paid like $1,200 for that. That was a lot of money in the
back then,
in the early 90s. And then I finally broke down because I kept using his PC I'd go online. I'd have to drop out of Windows, right? And boot, just be in DOS. Because you used to be able to do that back in the day. You just
Right.
exit
Yeah.
Windows and you're in DOS. And then I would run DOS PPP and dial up the internet with the little bice, with the keyboard.
Yep.
And then I'd run a little app called Kelly, Kali. I paid $20 for a lifetime license. It's actually still good to this day, believe it or not. They still exist, these guys. But at the time, they're a pretty big deal because this was the only way you can play video games over the internet.
Yeah.
Was through this. They started out, Jay Cotton and somebody else. They had two servers. One was, I think, in the University of Georgia, and one was in Texas. I can't remember what university. Both universities, and they opened it up. And what he did, which changed the industry, because before you could game on your PC against other people, but it had to be a local internet.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So what they did was those games were coded to work with. It wasn't PPP. It was damn it, getting old. It was a local protocol, and he wrote an overlay program that allowed it to be translated to PPP. So they were it wasn't PPP. It was TCP/IP. They were able to and turned it into
TCP/IP.
So that enabled them to allow other people from around the country to log in, and they would wipe our asses because they were playing on a local server, and I had I had literally a 500 ping.
Yeah.
I had a full half second. Everything I did was a full half second ago. Yeah, it was crazy. But you know what? It didn't matter. It was so cool. I would log in.
That I knew. 95.
And it was a virtual world because this was brand new to us, So first person, I'm looking around.
Technically, a milliamp hour is just a thousandth of a watt. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Billy. Sorry about.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it was to me at the time, doing first person online gaming, looking through the eyes of my avatar, and I'm seeing what other people in the game are seeing from whatever angle or they're seeing it from. That was just so wild to me. I didn't care. I mean, dude, you're a statue at that ping. The only way I'd kill guys is if they paused and I was hiding and they didn't see me. And every once in a while I'd get lucky and hit and shoot someone I would bushwhack somebody with a bazooka.
That's what Judy would. She would lay in wait for the guys in Australia to come walking by and then shoot them because they had like a 300 ping.
Didn't always work. If they were paying attention, they actually heard the sound, and by the time I realized it, I missed and I was already dead.
Yeah, because we had a server here for it, so they were playing on our server, so they had the lag, and the high ping. Right. One time, I snuck up behind one of the guys, and I got right behind him, put the gun right at the base of the skull, pulled the trigger, and yelled "bang" all at the same time. Well, it all happened by the time it scared him so bad. He actually jumped in his chair, and he was a little heavy. When he came down, he just shattered the chair and hit the floor. I felt bad, but it was funny as hell.
Yeah, I'm bad. So I did the first in Cali. The first one I really enjoyed was a game called Descent. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I remember Descent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit! Back 1993. 94,
something like that. Yeah.
And it was but there was it's I don't say superior. It's like Doom was you had no up and down. You just it was 3D, but it was kind of two-dimensional 3D.
Right.
Something could be higher than you, and you would fire underneath it, and the rocket would hit it. You know what I mean? So that was that's what they did. But Descent, you had 360-degree control of your craft, and it was dogfighting. And originally, Cali, how it worked was if you downloaded it, installed it for free, you would log in. You had to do it. I had to do it through DOS because you couldn't do this and run Windows at the same time with 4 megs of RAM. So anyway, you had to drop Windows, and then and it was a DOS chat room basically, like a MIRC. I mean, there was multiple
Right, right.
rows with multiple games going on, and you would join in, and you'd have to be there right at the beginning of the game for Doom. Anyway, you couldn't
Right,
log in
yeah.
once the game started, but Descent, you could just log in anytime during it because it was just a free for all. You know,
Right,
and you were
right.
dogfighting, and you were in mines under the earth, and you were flying this little mining craft that had weapons, and you were actually able to, fly around in there. And after 15 minutes, it kicked you out because your time was up because you were buying the free bird version of Cali, and that's how that worked. So for $20, you got a lifetime license. Yeah, okay. So I sent them the $20, and then Doom, because it's Doom, became hugely popular in there, and then Quake and Quake 2.
Right.
Quake 2 is more first person, but Quake
Yeah.
3 definitely online, and we did that all through Cali. You'd find matches through this chat interface.
Yeah, yeah.
But that took a while, and I used to dial long distance to get the internet. By the way, I lived in the country. I had a $300 phone bill when I discovered all this. Yeah, that sucked. That, and there was another one with Doom called Dwango. See, now we're going way back, and Dwango actually came. If you purchased Doom, it actually came as a program with it, and what that was, instead of accessing it Doom through the internet, you dialed directly to servers in Texas.
Oh yeah.
And it was called Dwango. And you could only have, and again, Doom was limited at the time. You only could have 4 people in at a time. So you would dial in directly, not with no, and then I could compete because there was no delay.
Right, right.
But that's when I had the $300 phone bill because I was calling Texas and just playing Doom endlessly, and Wolfenstein and a couple other ones.
Yeah, I remember Wolfenstein too.
But again, to me, when it first hit, and you were in a virtual world that other people could be in with you, and again,
That was cool.
Their optic was your optic from a different angle.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It was I just thought it was cool.
It was, yeah, yeah, yeah. Those were amazing times. The advancement of technology has, to some point, has slowed compared to what it was
now
in the 90s and early 2000s.
First-person gaming is nothing. It's nothing. It's a thing of the past almost.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi, Don.
Howdy.
Hey, Don. Now, you're at the Elks Lodge?
Yes.
Are those elk horns back there? Those look like deer horns.
How many elks do you think there are in Arkansas?
I didn't put them up.
Really, the Elks Lodge would actually put elk horns up on the wall? I don't know.
I would think.
No, you got to venerate the elk. You got to.
You'd like to think so.
Yeah.
There's a moose lodge. There's a bunch of moose.
I think I would hang a friggin' moose head up there.
Yeah. What about the Shriners? Do you think they hang a bunch of,
Yeah, that's my bad. I think they might be elk horns or young elk, but
maybe.
Got an echo.
A really big jackalope.
Am I echoing?
It can't be. Well, unless mine started doing it again all of a sudden.
No, I don't hear it.
No, I don't hear it either.
Wait, there is a sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is an echo. She's right.
Yeah.
It's delayed, and it's very low. It's not annoying.
But it's very low, yeah.
No,
It can't be me. I got my earbud in now.
We didn't even notice it.
It always happens when I'm up here at the lodge. Why is it?
It just sounds like there's somebody far away from you talking.
Like a TV playing way in the background.
Yeah. It's not annoying.
Yeah.
We didn't even notice it.
Well, he's got his volume playing, right? He doesn't have a headset on or nothing, right? So
Like
the volume
earbuds.
You know what? It didn't change. It's still there.
Use earbuds.
Yeah, if he uses earbuds, it'll go away.
No, I'm using earbuds right now.
No, it didn't go away.
I thought you just put them in.
No,
I did, and we can still hear it.
I know what the problem is.
All right.
All right, he's got.
But it's very, very low, Don. Don't worry about it. Don't.
Yeah, it's not enough. It's just the echo between his earbuds.
Well, there's nothing but air between this one and that one, so I can imagine it would be like an echo
Where'd it go?
chamber. He didn't like that comment.
Wow. Sorry, Don. I was just joking.
I was just no. I just kidding. We didn't.
Yeah,
Don,
we didn't mean
come
anything.
back, Don.
Oh, come on back, Don. The echo wasn't bad at all. I mean, it was like I said,
No, it
just
was
sounded
barely
like
noticeable. Seriously, it was not a problem.
Yeah.
We hear more noise in Dominic's cafe.
well, that's what I thought it was. To be honest with you, I thought, people are coming around the cafe again.
Well,
Now
or
it's in the
there's
strip joint.
still people at the Elks Lodge. All right, here he is. He's back. All right.
Okay,
From
so
outer space.
now the
Sorry,
audio.
I'm sitting at home.
I thought you'd fallen asleep.
Don, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I had a cat accidentally mute me while they were walking over me.
Ah.
Yeah, the pussy
No,
attack.
you have no echo now that I can tell, Don.
I know. I just joined it. It's using the iPad speakers and the iPad microphone. I'm not using the earbuds right now.
You didn't need to do anything. It was barely
It
noticeable.
wasn't bad. It was
Seriously.
tolerable.
So let me switch
It was
over
sexy.
to
Yeah, your audio was
earbuds,
better
see what it
before.
does.
Okay. Is the echo there?
I don't know.
Well,
Yes.
Yeah.
It's these friggin' earbuds. I don't know.
I
What
don't know,
are
but
they?
You,
The
you
DJI
sound
minis?
way better. And for some reason now, even though it's not bad, it's louder than it was before. You should have left well enough alone.
it was fine when you were here the first time.
It's still not bad. It's still not bad. It's not to the point where you can't talk because it's interrupting you. You know what I mean? It just sounds like a little background noise.
This is very strange. I don't know.
Yeah, when I talk to myself, I hate it when I interrupt myself. That's just as annoying.
I think it's restream personally because mine was jacking up at first and then all of a sudden it just quit, right? It was jacking up and then all of a sudden it was fine. Weird.
I don't know. You could blame Restream, but none of the rest of us have this going on. I'm not wearing any headphones.
No,
You're not using a phone.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
true.
some
That's a good
reason.
point. That's a good point.
Yeah,
Don't
mobile version of Restream maybe is doing it.
That you're right. I
could
didn't.
be.
I didn't. You know, it didn't cross my mind. Yeah, you guys are on phones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it doesn't do it to me on my computer at home either.
as well.
Okay, and I've got echo cancel.
What browser do you use, Don? I mean, you're using Chrome, right, Lon?
Yes. At home? Chrome.
No, right now.
No, I went straight through the link. I tried to go in through Chrome and they kept trying to start me my own live stream. So I went back to Messenger and just clicked on the link and let it do its thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
how's this going?
It opened a browser. What browser? Did
You're
it
right. I think it opened in Chrome. You're absolutely right.
Okay, well, it's working fine.
Yeah, I opened in
Well, the reason
Safari.
I had to hesitate because it could be Samsung internet too.
Yeah, mine's Safari.
Yeah, I opened Safari.
You're on a phone?
Now, is the echo
You're on a
still there?
phone too, Mark? Mark, are you on a phone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just a little.
Well, Mark doesn't have an echo.
Okay.
Just a little bit. Okay, because
Mark's cool. That's why.
echo cancellation was on the settings and I turned it off. Is this better or worse? Or the same?
Let's find
Chop,
out.
chop. Tech.
Still
Tech,
there.
little lady.
So echo cancellation is not working. Test.
That's weird.
Test.
And
Oh,
it's
well.
coming on up to the front base.
Test.
Well, if it's bad,
Yeah, it's there, but you can barely. It's very low.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Earbuds microphone is really sensitive and picking up the earbud speaker.
but echo cancellation should take care of
Stop
it.
that. Yeah, you would think.
Are you using some kind of headphones, Mark?
Yeah. No,
Me?
Mark.
Huh?
No, I'm just talking into the phone.
Okay, he's using what Lon didn't have success with earlier, was through
No,
speaker.
I did have success. Remember, it messed up and then it
Yeah.
started working.
It improved.
Yeah.
Well, that
Yeah, it
might
improved.
have been an internet thing too. You know.
Yeah, that's true too.
You know, there could have been a little delay going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's when you're on mobile versus Wi-Fi. Because I was on mobile out there by the guitar, and now I'm in the hotel room on my Wi-Fi.
good. I guess it depends how good a connection your mobile was. Who's your server? Who's your
Verizon.
Verizon. Verizon is pretty rock solid.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine. I got to talk up Verizon. I have Verizon stock. Got to talk it up.
Oh yeah, Verizon's the shit, yo.
Get Verizon, baby. Even though I've got T-Mobile,
Yeah,
it's cheaper.
That's funny.
Nearly sunrise.
I have AT&T. I don't know how much it costs.
AT&T sucks.
Oh wow.
Around here, it's about the only thing we can get that's worth.
I had it. It was awful. I hated it.
Yeah.
It might be better now. If you can get AT&T fiber, then you're rocking it. You know, the
I
fiber.
wished.
That's what I have.
Mm.
Actually, I've got 2 in this house, and I'm going to cancel one because money's going to get tight. We got 8. I wanted 2 AT&T fiber. I've got that here in the office because and then we got like Spectrum or whatever. Astound is what they call themselves now. I wanted to get 2, but they said no, you can't do it. You're home. I said, what does that have to do with it? And they said, well, you can only get it if you're a business. You know,
if you get 2, then it becomes a business account.
Well, they told me I couldn't do it, and
well,
so
create
I
a business
two
account.
different companies. So anyway, downstairs we have things that need, Ethernet plugged into the modem or router, whatever you want to call it. And same thing up here, So I'm going to cancel the one downstairs and keep this one.
2 separate accounts you got is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm going to cancel the one downstairs with Astound.
Why did you do that?
Because the house is so big. I tried even Google Mesh Networks, and the way that the house is constructed, the signal would just drop off. And I needed, like I said, Ethernet plugged into them on each one.
And if
you extenders that plug to the main socket.
Well, she's saying she did that. And it didn't. A mesh network means she was using that stuff, Mark, and it didn't work.
In fact, I got one sitting right there, and it's unplugged just because I bought them all. I even put one in the loft so that it would communicate up and up and up. But as it turned out, I just got counts, and it wasn't a problem. But now it will be,
I guess that could mean that you've got a separate ring for upstairs and downstairs, in which
what
together so they won't work.
I didn't hear what he said. Separate what?
A separate ring, a ring main. If you're downstairs as a separate ring main than you're upstairs, so it goes to a different fuse, then they're not connected together, so they don't work like that.
Mark,
we don't have that here.
What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway.
Yeah, even I'm confused on that. And I usually understand old man gibberish.
All my downstairs sockets, main sockets, go to one fuse in my fuse box. All my sockets.
What's that got to do with her internet and her networking?
Using the mesh.
No, that's not what a mesh network is. I know what you're talking about.
You're talking about
using the electrical system as a way to transfer. That's not what mesh networks are. Mesh networking is a protocol with antennas. It's got nothing to do with it's got nothing to do with your electrical system.
And we don't have.
I know what he's talking about too.
Here anymore. We have.
But I do know what you're talking about. You can plug it right in, and it actually uses your electrical system.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
My son had one of those for a while to run his internet.
What do they call that?
But that's not mesh. That's not what that is.
No, it's an extender.
Mesh is something different. Mesh is a protocol.
Yeah, I have a mesh.
I have mesh capability with this router here. If I had,
one that told me it was mesh.
No, that's not
that might be what they called it.
That's a Google Mesh Network. See the little G?
Yeah.
It's not the same thing.
And I just unplugged it down here, but it's got one for the main one. You got one going from your router into this box, and you got one coming out, so you can have it Ethernet out. But I needed 5 or 6. I've got every gaming system known to mankind, so I was just forget it. It doesn't work. It worked it did work initially, but I needed those Ethernet ports on the back of the modem or router. In fact, in our old house, I used to set up, I'm trying to remember what they're called. They're Ethernet splitters or something. I had 30 of them.
Yeah.
What do they call it? What are they?
Extenders.
Yeah, it's a big
hubs.
It's a big box with a bunch of Ethernet.
Oh yeah. You
Yeah,
talk
they're
about
hubs. They're
a
hubs.
hub. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Hub.
There's serial hubs. There's whatever. It's a hub.
Yeah, it was a hub.
Yeah.
And I still have them in the back cave on the other side of the house, all packed away because I don't use them here. It was a whole different setup in the other house that we had.
Right. The whole bowling businesses are all networked like that. I work with racks and racks of hubs sometimes.
Yeah. Network hubs. Yeah.
All the bowling all those lanes are all connected through a network. It's part of my
What do
job.
they call that?
Part of my
Power
job.
LAN.
Part of my job is taking care of that.
Power LAN or PLC. And what Mark was talking about.
Mark was talking about power LAN.
Yeah, power LAN or PLC.
Right.
I can't remember what they called that. I just looked it up just for shits and giggles. You can get your cable channels over through your electrical lines too, and I can't remember what they call that either. Because I was doing that for a while at my apartment because my building was built so long ago that it didn't have cable lines run around.
Yeah.
There's disadvantages to that. Lightning strikes and power surges are scary. You can knock out all your electronics like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm gonna.
Have you guys ever seen dill pickle cheese balls?
What?
No.
These cheese puffs, but dill pickle flavored.
Oh,
They're
I thought you were saying Bills.
They're addictive. Oh, they're so good.
Well, I was just sitting there looking at them. I'm thinking that would be good for fish bait.
Yeah, we get
for paintballs.
pickled onion flavor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I may have to look for those because I love dill pickles.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Sam's Club is where they got them. They're in a bag, but they transferred them over to our cheese puff container here, but they come in a bag at Sam's Club.
Yeah.
And they're so good.
We don't have a Costco here, but we have a Sam's Club. But I wish we had it. You know, with Uber, they give you a free 1-year membership, the highest membership for driving for Uber. I haven't done Uber like since before my cataract surgery. So while I was in Houston with Jeff, I thought I'm going to hit that app and see what happens. And they had to do another background check on me. So that took 2 days, I think. And then it said, oh, you're all good. And then I could have made a fortune in Houston, but I can't leave Jeff.
Right.
Houston is such a bigger city than Corpus, and you could spend all day and make $100. Houston, I could probably make $100 in a couple hours.
Right.
And it wouldn't be a bad place to live if they didn't flood so bad. Maybe the outlying, like I flew our plane into North Conroe, obviously north of Houston. Nice airport. I wouldn't want to go into like Hobby or George Bush.
Well, hey, Joe Forlito's selling a house here pretty soon in Houston. So.
Oh, that's right. He lives down there. Where's he moving?
Yeah, he's moving to Tennessee.
I'm not moving. I'm this.
Why is he moving to Tennessee?
I hate to tell his story. Something about he's tired of Houston. He wants to move, and they moved his father-in-law in with him, kind of thing. And it was supposed to only be for a year or something like that.
Right.
And just yada yada yada. So they're selling the house and splitting the money and this, that, and the other. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they thought I hope he's not on, but it sounds like one of these stories where I told him this to his face, so that it felt like they thought dad-in-law was going to pass away, so they went ahead and signed up for this little trip, thinking he wasn't going to make it more than a year or so, and 7 years later, he's still living with them or whatever it is, and they're over it.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the way it sounds anyway. Like I said, I don't want to necessarily tell the story. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but that's what it sounded like to me.
Hey, Don, check it out. They have it at my local store now.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 80 proof.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
and it has just enough peanut butter.
Yeah.
But you still taste the whiskey?
I had it before. Remember, I found it at a liquor store up in St. Cloud.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Right? The only time I ever had it. Well, now they have it at my local Total Wine & More, so I'm very happy about that. And it's only $22.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. For
And it's got
a
cork. I love it.
yeah, for a cheap variety.
Well, that's not super cheap. You can still buy booze for like $15.
Well, no, but I mean it's less expensive than Screwball, right?
Oh yeah, Screwball's
Yeah.
like 27.
Yeah. I was gonna
27
say it's a little bit
30.
cheaper than Screwball.
Actually, the little local liquor store down the road charges like $34 for it.
Oh my gosh. I think Screwball was 27 and that was 22 at the local.
It's like $26.95. Yeah, that's the regular price. I think at like a. But
Three,
he's just a
four,
little guy. I like supporting the
six,
little the little local
eight.
places. Plus, he's conveniently located. I don't have to make a left-hand turn, get back on the road, blah blah blah. It's like right there on my way home, and they're nice people. Haitians, whatever they are.
I haven't had any of that for a long time.
It's good.
Probably since probably Christmas.
Bottle tonight.
I know. That's the problem. I get it and I go through it fast. And it's just like, I don't need to keep this in the house. I think last time I had it was Christmas.
Yeah. Well, if it's wintertime, it's okay to keep it outside the house. It keeps it cold. Keeps your ice from melting.
Oh, hey, Johnny, I just saw you were in there. Johnny Drone Flyer.
There's a skeeter on my Peter. Whack it up.
Hi, Johnny.
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 Who's Johnny? She said, and
He's that little
smiled
guy-
in that
he's that
special
little guy
way.
with the
Mesh
V-top.
networking refers to a wireless networking that uses multiple antennas.
Yeah.
Multiple frequencies at the same time, blah, blah, blah. I believe Netgear was the one that created it originally, I think.
TP Link, maybe.
Well, I have TP Link here, and I do have Mesh available. But in any case...
it doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter. I don't... Yeah. My house isn't big enough to worry about it. So.
Anybody here who has to count money, don't you always hate it when you get a run of brand new bills and it's just a pain in the ass to count?
Yes, 100%.
And do you crumple them up and mix them in with the other? Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, it's like, it just pisses me off.
No,
because you're going, it's like...
It forces you to keep your thumb wet and to count the money on the table. That's the best way to do it, actually. Instead of counting like you would normally count, you actually put the bills down. It's a little.
Yeah, to make sure you're not getting two to one. Yeah.
No, because you have to use two hands to separate the money, so you can't.
Wait notes until you're on there.
2, 3, 4, 5. Your country uses plastic money. You don't get a vote.
Okay.
Well, Don, if you got some talcum powder there, you could do that.
You fold a plastic note and you could never flatten it.
Yep.
Look at him. Talk about the Queen's money. Well, it's a king now, isn't it?
It's the king's money now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark looks like a hitman when he does that kind.
Talk about
over here and
talk about my colorful money.
15, 17.
He's kind of extradite you over there and put your ass in prison.
24 and $1 short of a bundle. Damn it!
You bundle 25?
Yeah.
Break out your wallet, make a donation.
I was going to say, make a donation.
I've
there,
never
Don.
seen that. It's normally 50.
No, we bundle 25s here.
50 for ones and 100 for fives. 25s and 51s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you're not bundling shit. You got 24.
Well, technically, I had 49. So I did one bundle.
That's not one.
Well, just take $5 from somewhere else or whatever and put an extra one in.
You could, if you're that concerned about it, you could sell a $5 bill to a bank or something and grab some ones. Do you have other banks besides the one you're counting right now, like in the safe?
I could throw it into the pot of gold, but I already left $3 in quarters in the pot of gold, so I'm not gonna.
Anybody ever hear when they're discontinuing pennies officially?
I think they stopped making them. I think it's what I heard, but they're still using them until I think they'll become a point where they become so.
I was at Bucky's and she gave me 4 pennies back. And I'm like, really?
No, we're still getting them from the bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to me that doesn't work because
Do you get rolls of 25 pennies at the bank, Don?
50, you mean?
No, it is 50. I understand that.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I get where you're going with that. Sorry about that. Sorry.
I buy change quite often. Yeah.
I see where you're going with that. That's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
Floyd said something doesn't make sense.
yeah, getting rid of the pennies. I mean, you buy something and it's $3.35 or $3.37. You need to get that 3 cents back at least. You know, what are they going to do? Raise the price and make the
They're going to round up. Yeah.
Round up or round down?
Round up.
What about? But
No,
then
they're
they
not
had
gonna
the.
round. Nobody's going to round down. Trust me.
You round
But
up
then-
after 7 cents, and if it's 6, it gets rounded to 5.
You round down, you still have to pay the right amount of taxes to the government. So you'd
If you
actually
round down, you round down at 1, 2, and 3.
If you round down, you're going to lose money because you still have to pay the same percentage to the government, no matter what you do. So everybody's trust me.
Sending it to him.
Rounds up, rounds down, and all evens
If
out.
with your 9.25% tax and you buy something for $3.75, 9.3%.
Where's that? Oklahoma? They're just sticking it right up here.
Yeah, 10%, about 10% sales tax here.
Florida
10%
is
here.
it's 7 now in Martin County, but part of that goes to the county. I think the state is only 6.
I saw where DeSantis was talking down a property tax.
Well, he does that. He's going to have to. The counties are going to have to raise sales tax. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
They
our
are talking about getting rid of property tax. Could you imagine?
Well, for Florida, as much tourism that they get, they could probably get rid of property tax.
Might be able to do it. We pay no income tax, so he can't give us a cut there. We even inheritance. There's no inheritance tax below $11 million. I mean, there's only so much they can give you, so that'd be amazing. You know, our costs for registering and owning automobiles is negligible. So
Maybe I should move to Florida.
I'm telling you, they really don't take a lot.
Inspections here. We don't do state inspections anymore.
No no automobile inspections here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're just going to have a bunch of junk driving around on the road.
No, because you're still responsible to keep it up. If you end up causing damage or having an accident, and say your brakes were bad or your tires were bad or whatever, you're going to get fined and possibly jailed. I mean, it could be considered.
That's the clientele who doesn't give a crap. So they're not.
Okay, it's fine. You know,
I'm just saying.
they could spend time not driving in a prison cell.
Person that can't afford the time of day, they're not going to get their brakes fixed because they're concerned. They're thinking, well,
I would think the first thing you fix would be brakes. You know,
there's a lot of
I don't
weird
care if your car is removed, but you got to stop.
Drive in Corpus for a day, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
No, well, I live in Florida, and we don't inspect cars here, and it's fine.
right now our sales tax is 9.15%.
It's 8.25% here.
10
sales tax.
Yes. Well, it's actually they can get 2% more, so everybody charges 8.25%.
It just went up. It was 6.5 in Martin County, but that wasn't a statewide increase. That was the county increased it 0.5%, so it made it now it's 7 there.
Well, if your sale tax is the same as value added tax, ours is 20%.
We call it a goods and services tax, and it's 10%.
Yep, it just keeps going to French. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it says our county tax is 4%. Our county tax is 0.65%. Our city tax is 4%, and our state tax is 4.5%.
I don't have any of those taxes. None of them. I don't have state tax. I don't have a local tax. Nothing. I just pay federal income tax. That's it.
Yeah, we don't have any kind of state tax that comes out of payroll. Just federal.
Which really ticks me off because when you buy a gallon of gas, there's a state fuel tax on that. So,
Well, I mean, yeah, but those taxes are why you pay less in, for example, why is part of the reason you pay less in for fuel than I do. A gas here is, well, it depends. I mean, gas is anywhere from the Sam's Club, which is like 276 right now, to about 310, 3099 is the range right now.
yeah, right now we're sitting at between 264 and 269.
Right. Well, because they're getting their money in other places. Yep.
I love.
And to me, if you're a senior and you're not driving a real lot, I'd rather have a little slightly higher gas tax because I'm not using as much gas as I might be. You know, but the the sales tax, you have to pay because you have to eat, you have to clothe yourself, you have to whatever, you have to take care of your home. So I don't know, but no property tax. I don't know how that's ever going to pass. That's crazy. That's a shit ton of money. Think about it.
I just filed for homestead credit. You know, we weren't even doing that. And I'm like, what? So we get this paper from the.
You have homestead in Texas, and you've never.
She has chickens.
No.
You don't need. No. I'm
You
homestead.
get homestead credit on your state taxes.
It's not like it was in the 1800s.
We got a thing from the county that says you may be paying higher taxes than necessary. So if you apply for homestead credit, it'll go down. The tax on our home is like $8,200 a year.
Holy shit!
Wow.
That's huge. Of course, it's all mixed into the mortgage, right?
Well, how much did it take off for homestead?
I don't know. I haven't got the paper back yet. I just mailed it like a few weeks ago.
First thing I did was homestead this place. We got.
I thought Jeff had already done it or whatever, but I guess not. So
they take up to $50,000 off the taxable value of the property.
Well,
it'd be 25 each. You know, they dropped the value. So
it will drop it. I'm just excited to see what it will drop it to. My mom's place that I sold, it was only like $550 a year for property tax.
There's other advantages to homesteading. I mean, not that you care, but like I can fish for free in my county, for example. That doesn't matter what the water.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I mean that's included with homesteading. I mean, there's some advantages. I'm homesteaded just me because it is 50. It's 50,000 off, and then once the value of the property reaches a certain point, I can actually double that, because there's two names on the deed.
So you get the double exemption, yeah.
Yeah. Plus, there's the Save Our Homes Act in Florida, where they can only raise your property taxes no more than 3% a year. So I bought this house for a song back in the day during the crash. So my taxes, I pay about $1,000 a year.
That's amazing. That's great.
I don't pay anything, so
1,100. Yeah, but if they do the not the just value, but the taxable value.
Right.
If it goes above 100,000, I'm going to pay zero. Well, I'll still pay part of my. I have valorem and non-ad valorem and non-ad valorem. Non-ad valorem is trash removal, wastewater, where they come out and every so often they redo. They just did it. They redo our culverts. They take care of the runoff ponds and stuff like that. That's included in that. So I would pay that one. You take it offline, he's gone. Yeah, he lost his audio. The non-ad valorem is going to be there anyway. But the actual property tax part of it will actually disappear. I'll have zero. I'll still have to pay this school part of it because it doesn't come off of that. You know how it's if you ever look at your tax bills.
Right. Yeah.
So I can get to the point where I'm paying like it'll drop back to like $400 a year for a house in a. I'm not talking. You can buy properties like that in Pennsylvania, but it's not Port St. Lucie. You know what I mean? You're in the middle of nowhere. You know, so whatever. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cheap. And buying a house when I did, I wish I bought 10 of them. I wish I had the money to buy 10 of them back then. Don, you okay?
Yeah.
So
You look
cool.
really tired.
What's your
Yeah.
property tax like in Mississippi? Don, Missouri, Mississippi, wherever the fuck you live. What's the property tax like there?
I don't know. I just pay it.
You don't know what your property tax is?
I forget, and I pay it, and I don't. Yeah. I don't keep numbers in my head.
Okay. What do you keep in your head? I'd like to hear
Trivia.
I'd like to hear what's in your head right
All
now.
kinds of movie trivia.
Oh, okay. That sounds great.
That's interesting.
I love the little video you sent me. There you are, Peter. Yeah, it's so funny. I did watch. You know what's funny? I
watched 5 minutes of that movie last night and fell asleep.
I fell asleep too, but it wasn't 5 minutes. It was quite a bit longer than that. But I did fall asleep, and then I rewound it and I watched it again. And you know what? It was funny. It's not as funny as I thought it was. Not even close. I remember it being hysterical. Like I was laughing. But that's the way things are. You know, it was still good. I enjoyed it. We're
talking about Zorro the Gay Blade.
1981.
Oh, yeah.
Zorro. You can watch it for free on YouTube. He
Yeah.
sent me the link. And what was that when he had the broken foot? And the Cataldo, whatever he is, was making him dance around.
Running and jumping and dancing in place. Running and jumping and dancing in place. I didn't make it to that part, but
because of you, that part became funnier to me. You know what I mean? And it was like, yeah, it's effing funny. Yeah, it was really good. He's no good with a sword, but he's good with whips. Oh, that is too good. That is too good. Have you
I'm
guys
gonna have
watched
to go watch it after the show's over tonight.
George Hamilton, Zorro the Gay Blade?
Yeah.
It is funny.
and if you like Zorro, it is actually worthy of being a Zorro film. It does not take the piss out of Zorro itself. It is a good Zorro movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that before his color change or after?
What?
George.
Before his tan?
Yeah.
Oh,
before he became.
It was definitely
Tan Man?
before absolutely before his tan. Yeah.
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 It's like, my God, he changed complete. Sort of like a reverse Michael Jackson, you know. Where Michael Jackson got lighter, he got darker. So.
You know, to tell you the truth, the actual gay brother, Zorro, he was better at the Zorro job than the.
Oh yeah, he's better at the job, 100% better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go watch that again. I haven't watched that one in years.
Okay,
It keeps
well, here-
popping up.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat for you right now.
Okay, cool.
There it is. You all.
Yeah, you can't find it on any streaming services. It's just somebody has uploaded it to YouTube.
Yeah, I'm really 1981 is old, but still,
Yeah.
there's 1980s-ish movies you still have to pay for. And,
Lots of them.
Yeah, but this one is not on any of the pay services. It's not on Prime. It's nowhere. I think Google, whatever the fuck it is, it was there. But there you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely free.
Awesome.
Full version, no commercials. If you're paying for YouTube with no commercials.
Yeah.
So
I'll be
there you
right back, gentlemen. I gotta get rid of some coffee.
I just heard. That was probably the ice machine. I just heard. I heard something go ka-chunk in this room, and I'm like, I'm alone.
Who was the female lead on that? It was
Brenda Vaccaro? Or
no, the blonde. Or redhead or whatever she was. Red green color blindness. His love interest.
It's 5 a.m.
I don't remember.
She's got that raspy voice.
Are you sure it's not Brenda Vaccaro?
It might be. I thought Brenda had dark brown hair. Am I wrong? Hold on.
Let's
Not-
look it up.
Not Fenella Fielding.
Well, you're looking it up. I don't have to look it up.
Well, we're both looking it up. What the hell? Okay, so who is in this one?
It's Brenda Vaccaro.
It is Brenda Vaccaro. You're correct. Yeah, she was great. No, she was terrible, actually. Her character was just so over the top, fighting for freedom and this and that. You know, it was like the original white guilt. She didn't belong there. And one thing different about this movie than other Zorro movies, he didn't kill anybody.
Oh no.
Nobody dies. Nobody dies. Everybody gets spanked with the sword or knocked
Yeah.
down or knocked out.
I mean,
or had a lamp or a light fixture fall on their head or whatever. But nobody dies.
Lauren Hutton was also in it.
Yeah.
Oh, see, now that's where I got it confused because that's who I was thinking of. Is Lauren, because with the voice, that was an exaggeration. But his love interest, I think, was Brenda Vaccaro.
I think so too.
Lauren Hunt was in it. I'm looking at it. All right, let me click the link here.
Like I said, I fell asleep.
Yeah. She played Charlotte Taylor Wilson.
Like I said, I fell asleep last night, and I'm working off memory from probably 35, 40 years ago.
Brenda Vaccaro. Oh, you know, she played the wife of the bad guy, I think.
Yes, she played. Yes,
Florette.
because she tried to seduce him.
Captain Esteban, right? Ron Liebman, a Jewish guy. It's funny playing a Mexican. Donovan Scott played Paco. I kept, I was watching it on my little phone.
He didn't play a Mexican. He played a Spaniard.
You know what? You're right. There was a big difference. But
Yes.
he played Donovan Scott played. I could have sworn I watched 25 minutes of the movie.
That is the entire point of Zorro, was that they were fighting against the Spaniards.
Spaniards, not the Mexicans. But I thought Paco was Taco. I guess Taco.
Taco.
Taco would have been funnier, actually. Yeah, Lauren Hutton. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, she had a gap in her teeth. Always made me feel weird.
Scraping that thing across. Still looks good for her age. I'm looking her up right now. 81 years old. Not bad. Good for you. Good for you.
I still need to watch it. Like I said, put it on. I went upstairs, crawled in bed, put it on, and it made it through. I remember watching when it had the small little video at the beginning where it was showing like the newsreel type stuff.
Right. During the time of the late 18th century.
And I'm not sure I even made it past that. The credits really take a while, and this is back when they would roll the credits before the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't do that
No,
anymore.
I skipped the credits actually. You know, I looked for a couple of names. I looked for the director and who I now can't remember, and I moved on. And it was fun. Yeah, I fell asleep right after that.
What do you say, Mark?
I'm going to drop off. It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's starting to
All
get a bit
right.
late.
Well, I'm going to go another 12 minutes so that we can say we did 4 hours.
Okay, then.
12 more minutes, or actually 11 minutes and 12 seconds.
All right. I'll see you all guys later.
Mark,
All right.
thanks for coming in. We appreciate
Yeah,
it.
Mark.
You take care.
Sweet dreams, Mark.
Good night.
Sweet dreams.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. Good day.
Well, he's retired. He can do it. He can sleep all day if he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was up early this morning, and it was up all day long.
What time did
Didn't
you
take
get
any
up?
type of cat.
What's early?
What was that? 4:30.
That's fucking early.
Well,
Yeah.
I went to bed I went to bed last night. I went to sleep instantly. What time did we
I wake up
end
every
up
day.
last night after Arts?
After I spoke to you, I went and I heated up and I had some potato soup.
About what
You know,
time was that we stopped talking?
Oh, it was up there. I don't
Oh.
know. I know I didn't go to bed any earlier than 1 o'clock. It was after that, but that was
I know.
long after I spoke to you.
I know how to tell. When did I send you? I guess we timed the stream out. What time was that? That was around 9 something.
No, you sent me the. I
I
sent.
sent you.
You're right. You sent me.
I
The
sent
link,
you the
but I sent
link
you.
at
We were still
9:01.
talking. We just stopped talking because
Oh,
the stream died.
Yeah.
An hour after our stream ended, and
Yeah. So
then
I went to bed before 10 o'clock.
well, because I sent you back the link for Zorro.
At 9:01 afterwards, and you said this is for me. So we stopped right at 9 o'clock.
Well, it's 10.
And so
It's 10
I
o'clock.
was probably asleep by 9:30 last night.
Yeah, I did that at 10, and then I went and
Yeah.
did my thing. But so figure by 11, maybe it was. I know it was after 12 by the time.
No. I know I was beat yesterday.
Because I didn't watch
So-
that movie. I went in the living room to eat my soup, and I watched Elsbeth. There was a new episode of Elsbeth. I know it's liberal. I like Elsbeth. And I watched Ghosts. There was a new episode of Ghosts out, so I watched that.
Right.
There's a couple hours right there. So for me, that was after midnight. I didn't go to bed till after 1. And then I woke up at like 3 hours later, and then woke up again 3 hours later. I didn't feel very well when I was at work today, because I really didn't sleep.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So when I came home, I did watch a little Zorro too before I fell to bed. Fell asleep, and I saved, it where it was, and then watched it when I went today. When I came home from work early, because I felt like shit. My boss covered for me, and I went home, and I watched Zorro the game played, and worked on my scooter, and slept. It's definitely a funny movie. The gay Zorro is in it less than I remembered, because he is.
Yeah.
But he was great. No, I'm telling you, he blew everybody away without even. I shouldn't say that's a bad use of my language.
Yeah, it was a good It was a good adventure. It was a good kid centric. It was had a couple of risque parts, but it was perfectly fine for kids to watch. I was watching today.
He changed his name to Bunny Wigglesworth. His name was Rolando or something, Ronaldo or something like that. That was his. He said, "Oh no, I dropped. What did he say? I dropped whatever it was." And they said, "My name is now Bunny Wigglesworth." That's so good. Yeah, pretty funny. Hi, Lloyd. The link is in the chat, so you can click that. Click that.
I spent this afternoon watching some. Bookmark it. I spent this afternoon watching a couple episodes of M Squad with Lee Marvin. It was a detective procedural back in the day, old black and white detective procedural. And
what's it called?
It's called M Squad.
M like Mary?
Now, M as in Mary Squad.
Oh,
now, have you ever seen Police Squad, the TV show Police Squad?
Yeah.
I don't know. If
M Squad is the TV series that they directly spoof with Police Squad, and I didn't realize that. And this was the first time I'd come across M Squad. The opening credits are just like Police Squad, and it feels very otherworldly. Like, what the hell? This is crazy. Has the same voiceover, and it turns out the first episode of the second season of M Squad is the exact same plot as the first episode of Police Squad.
Yeah, Police Squad. It was the Did that have Leslie Nielsen in it?
Yeah, it was what Naked Gun was based off of.
Naked Gun came off of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and
because I remember Police Squad too. Yeah.
Yeah, they're remaking Police Squad, but
without Nielsen, it's not going to be the same.
It's gonna be with Liam Neeson. I think they might have cast him just because his name sounds a little bit like Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, but Liam Nielsen is a tough guy, badass.
Leslie Nielsen was a serious actor too, before Airplane.
Okay.
He was a dramatic actor.
No, I believe that. But Liam Nielsen, there's a dramatic actor, and he scares the shit out of you. I mean, you know.
Liam Neeson.
Well, he can play comedic. Have you seen him in a Million Ways to Die in the West?
Yes, actually. And he was okay, but he was the straight.
But he was still the heavy.
Right. He was straight in that. He wasn't particularly comedic. Like the heavy in. Don't get me wrong, a couple funny lines, but if you watch Zorro the Gay Blade, the heavy was comedic all through the movie.
Yeah. That's true.
And the funny thing is, I mean, that character, again, it was just a comedy, but that character, at times, he wasn't a bad guy. You know what I mean? And then he turned around and he'd say, "Kill them all, arrest them all." Or, it's like he would be.
No, he was
not bad guy, not a good guy, but
he was being a buddy.
Yeah.
To Zorro, he was a buddy.
He wasn't horrible. Like, you didn't want him dead, but then he would do things that, like, yeah, he needs to be done. He needs to be done. You almost liked him. I mean, his jokes about his wife were pretty good. You know, like he was talking about who won, and because Zorro and him allegedly both dated the wife. And first of all, he congratulated whatever his name was for becoming the captain or Cataldo or whatever they called it, the leader, and he said, "Oh, it's only temporary until the election." And then they started talking about their competition for Cataldo's or whatever his name was, wife, and said, "Well, and you won. I congratulate you." Said, "No, I congratulate you on that one." Because you didn't marry her. That was funny. He was funny on occasion, and he'd be okay. Like, he'd be reasonable. Like, you couldn't see him killing children or he wouldn't kill a woman. He actually said, like, when he used the Lauren Hutton lookalike, whatever her name was, or was it whatever Lauren Hutton? Was it Lauren Hutton? Anyway, yeah. And he said, he said he swore that she wasn't actually going to die when they were putting her out. But he knew that would bring Zorro out to save her. So he never actually intended to kill a woman. So he actually had some qualities there, but he kept getting his ass kicked. It was pretty good.
I don't know. I don't know about.
He wasn't evil, but he was a jackass.
Yeah, I don't think the remake of the Police Squad is going to be. I think it'll be too much like
it's going to be
A Million Ways to Die in the West.
It's going to be 50% or 60 or 70, 80% slapstick, and it's going to be.
And a lot of it's probably going to be poop jokes.
It's going to almost be insulting to the audience. I mean, there'll be some chuckles. Like all movies have them. There'll be some laughs and like that.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be funny, but the thing I like about the Zucker brothers is they had the physical humor, but then they would also have the wordplay, and they had rules to their comedy. If they had to get some exposition done in the foreground, they would play it straight and have something crazy going on in the background. But they would leave the exposition straight. But if they're going to be funny in the foreground, they could let the background. They didn't have to do anything in the background, but they had certain rules that something always had to be funny, but in order they wouldn't just.
I have been on long enough for dinner and sex twice. Well, that all depends. The sex part could be, pretty quick. It's been 3 hours. twice in 3 hours. Work on it. I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. What do you think? We're heading up.
Yep.
Yep.
4
By the,
freaking hours.
yeah, but by the time we say goodnight and
Yep.
wave and do everything, it'll be over 4 hours.
Yeah, and
You know,
after we
that was
less than
the
30
most words
seconds.
that you used all night long just now.
it's crazy. and then after the show, when we start talking about everybody who's in chat,
We do talk about all you guys, so just so you're aware. Yeah. All you guys, all 10 of them. Anyway, guys, thanks for coming in. I do appreciate it. I didn't expect to be on this long. I didn't expect to drink that
4
much
hours.
booze. I'm going to Dad's tomorrow. I'm going to feel like crapola. Probably, whatever. Anyway, but I do appreciate y'all. Don, thanks for stopping in. And Lloyd, love
you're
you.
very welcome.
You know,
Thank you.
Alexis, we
Thank you.
all love
Glad
you.
to be here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, let's get all official and be like, oh, thank you, sir, for having us. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
been a pleasure.
Hey, hey, Lloyd, thank you for being you.
Dominic
Well,
wanted to leave
thank
a
you for
while
being
ago,
you
so I got to
too.
thank Dominic.
Hey, Bill, thank you for being a friend. Traveling down that road and back again.
Thank you.
Your heart is true.
I
You're
love
a friend and a confidant.
I love that series. That series is still funny to this day.
It is.
It is. Thank you for being a friend.
I'm sorry. I waylaid your goodbyes and like an asshole.
And no, that's okay. You're just being yourself. Alexis, appreciate you for coming in, sweetheart. I'm sorry for everything you're going through.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're in our prayers.
Stay strong.
Yep.
Everybody.
Thinking
loves
about you. I'm glad to see that you're still about.
Yeah, yeah. I know it's got to be horrendous for you, and
Yeah. Just keep in touch with me, Alexis. I appreciate all those updates. I'll let everybody know when I get them. So.
yeah. And like I said, stay strong. Anyway, guys, we outlasted London Art. Congratulations. Let's start. What's the outro? What do I play? Oh, clamp it outro. There it is.
Yeah.
Are you ready to wave? Tom, I'm watching Dominic. That hand came up like 3 times.
Jazz hands.
Are we out of here yet?
Oh, Mr. Carter! Mr. Carter!
It's early here. I got things to do. Okay.
Well, now it's time to say goodbye to Bill and all the tribe. Thank you all for coming, and we hope you will subscribe. You're all invited back next week to watch another show. We're all too drunk and tired, so we're gonna have to go.
Y'all come back now. You hear?
This has been a Bill Ways presentation.